Amen. Let the doors be open. Qu'on l'ouvre les portes.
Government orders, government bills. Consideration at third reading of Bill C-22, an act to establish the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians and to make consequential amendments to certain acts.
Okay. Mr. Goodale for Leader of the Government in the House of Commons, Ms. Shager. Seconded by Ms. McKenna, moves that Bill C-22, an act to establish the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians and to make consequential amendments to certain acts, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And what a privilege it is to be able to stand today and talk about what I believe is a very important piece of legislation. In fact, Mr. Speaker, many members of this chamber will recall the debates that we had surrounding C-51. And that's maybe where I would like to start off this morning, is to give a bit of a perspective in terms of why it is that we actually have this bill before us today. It's important for us to note that the former Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, brought in C-51, a bill which had some serious fundamental flaws within it. At the time, the Liberal Party was in the third party of the chamber here, and we had felt fairly strong, based in terms of the feedback that we were receiving, based upon the research that we were doing on Bill C-51, that it was important for us to ultimately vote in favour of C-51. But we made it very clear to Canadians as the debate continued, many hours of debate that were inside this House back on that issue. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, I, for one, must have talked about the importance and the need for a parliamentary oversight committee at least a dozen times, possibly even more, 15, 20 times. And that was when I was actually on the other side of the House, Mr. Speaker. As Member Cross the Way suggests, who's counting? The point is that it was a very important issue back a couple of years ago. And a couple of years ago, Mr. Speaker, it raised quite a commotion outside of the House. Many members, I suspect all 338 of us, can actually relate to Bill C-51 because it was one of those issues that was constantly being raised at the time. And once we actually hit on doors, I even found a few doors where people were talking to me about C-51 and how would the Prime Minister, if our leader was elected Prime Minister, respond to C-51. And there was a commitment that was made by all 338 members of the Liberal team, in particular the Prime Minister, that we would in fact look at and bring in a parliamentary oversight committee. So whether it was during the debates when C-51 was here, to the campaign, or the lead up to the campaign through the media and many of the discussions, the public meetings that had taken place, to the door-to-door that was done throughout the last federal election, Liberals were advocating how important it was that we actually have an oversight committee made up of parliamentarians. So, Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker, apologies, Mr. Speaker. So it shouldn't come as no surprise to parliamentarians across the way. No one should be surprised that, in fact, we are now debating a bill that in essence captures what it is that the Prime Minister and every member of this Liberal caucus made as a part of their election platform, Mr. Speaker. So no one should be surprised inside the House of Commons. And I suspect, Mr. Speaker, that Canadians will look at this particular piece of legislation and see it as a piece of legislation that is fulfilling an election promise. You know, I made reference to it yesterday, and on occasion I do get the opportunity to raise the issue when the Prime Minister talks about how it is important for him personally that when members of Parliament come to Ottawa, that they want us to be representing our constituents here. And I can tell the Prime Minister and my caucus colleagues that, in fact, this is something in which I believe that the residents of Winnipeg North are behind 100%, Mr. Speaker. I am convinced that this is good, solid legislation, and I'd like to be able to commend, in particular, whether it's the Minister of Public Safety or the government House Leader, who have done a phenomenal job in ensuring that this particular commitment is, in fact, being fulfilled in such a timely fashion, Mr. Speaker. So that's how I really wanted to start my comments off today. I know that there's been concern in regards to opposition members and how the bill is ultimately being passed. And I've seen that in terms of a number of them when they were standing up at the report stage, providing comment, Mr. Speaker. And maybe what I can do is make an attempt to be able to answer some of the questions that they actually might have. So, for example, Mr. Speaker, we know that there's been over 40 members that would have been afforded the opportunity to give, whether it's a 10-minute or a 20-minute speech. You know, there would have been well over 100 plus that would have been afforded the opportunity to get engaged in one way or another here on the floor of the House of Commons. We also know, Mr. Speaker, that we had an excellent, and I really want to compliment the standing committee that ultimately dealt with C-22. You know, I would ultimately argue that it is even a fulfillment of one of the other aspects that the Prime Minister has talked about. You know, as a government, we talk about we want to bring more life to our standing committees. We want members of all sides of the House to be more engaged in a positive way in terms of trying to improve legislation. And that's exactly what it is. And that is exactly what it is, Mr. Speaker, that we're actually doing here. We have a committee that ultimately, after the second reading, went to committee, and inside committee, what did we see? We saw a number of witnesses that came before the committee from different regions of the country, make some recommendations in terms of how the legislation can be improved. But let there be no doubt, Mr. Speaker, that a good number of those expert witnesses that made presentation were very complimentary to the government about the legislation. As the legislation was actually presented to committee, they were very supportive of that legislation, Mr. Speaker. But to go further, they recognized, as many of us have continuously said, that there's always room for improvement. We have encouraged that, and what we saw was a series of amendments that were actually brought forward, ideas that were actually talked about. So not only did the Standing Committee do its job in terms of setting the agenda and inviting witnesses, because for me, I look at the standing committees as one of those things that is like the future backbone for many of the fine work that parliamentarians will do, Mr. Speaker. And all we need to do is focus some attention on that particular standing committee, and what you will see is that there was a great list that was developed for witnesses that came before the committee. They presented their reports, they came up with ideas, and then you had a committee that took a number of those thoughts. We're able to present amendments, and it wasn't just amendments that were coming from the government side of the House. There were, in fact, amendments that were being suggested and some accepted that came in from the New Democratic and from the opposition side of the House, Mr. Speaker. And to me, that demonstrates in terms of to what degree we have seen changes at our committee level. And I bring that to people's attention because I do think it's worthy of note. The legislation then comes back to the House. The government has the opportunity to review some of the work that was done at the committee level. And yes, there was a need for us to make some changes to it. I'll give you a specific example, Mr. Speaker, of one of the changes. The Witness Protection Program is of critical importance for all Canadians. We recognize, and I think today more so than ever because of media, of the many different channels that are afforded to Canadians to watch, they understand and they appreciate the importance of informants. Informants or individuals that might be testifying, for example, before a court of law, where their life or members of their family's life is put at risk. And because it's put at risk, Mr. Speaker, we need to have a system that protects those witnesses. And that's why we have a witness protection program. Well, the committee, for a number of reasons, felt that maybe we should be talking about the names of the witnesses or getting and withdrawing too much information out of that. So there was a caveat that was put in forms of an amendment that was being suggested, and the government at this point in time felt that we might have been going too far on that particular issue. So that is one of the amendments and why it is that there were some amendments made at third reading. Mr. Speaker, I raise that because I believe that that's really what Parliament should be doing on its legislation in a very timely fashion. We had the opportunity to see the legislation through first reading. Members were able to get engaged. No one would have been surprised by the introduction of the bill, given the fact that this is something that was talked about, Mr. Speaker. And then it's brought in for second reading. Many members, dozens of members, were able to speak to it. Even more were able to get engaged in that particular debate, talking again about ideas. It then goes to committee. In committee, it receives wonderful support, but ideas that could improve it. A number of those ideas were incorporated into amendments, ultimately went to the report stage, at which point in time there were a couple of few modifications to it, and now we're into third reading, and we're debating it again today in anticipation that the legislation now is getting ready to pass, Mr. Speaker. So we have a government that has made a commitment to Canadians, brought in the legislation. The legislation has been improved through the process, and ultimately now we're getting into a position where we'll be seeing it pass, Mr. Speaker. I see that as a very strong positive, and that we should all take some pride in the way and the manner in which it's actually gone through. Now, I know that there have been some concerns from the opposition members in regards to the legislation, and specifically dealing with, well, what sort of exemptions that are going to be there. And they're indicating that we could have done better in terms of not allowing for as many exemptions. And I would like to address that point, because it's important for us to recognize that this is somewhat historical in the sense that Canada will have a parliamentary oversight committee, amongst many other things. I like to think of it as an oversight committee that will protect the rights and freedoms of all Canadians in a very respectful fashion, Mr. Speaker. That's one of the reasons why I'm such a strong advocate for C-22, because I believe in the rights and freedoms of Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Now, because it is somewhat historical, it's the first time that Canada is going to have a parliamentary oversight committee that's going to be taking a look at all of our security agencies and ensuring that there's a higher sense of accountability, Mr. Speaker, whether it's the border controls to corporations to the RCMP, that this is something that is good news. Well, I want to be sensitive in terms of what it is that the opposition is saying. But to assure members that it is very robust legislation. In fact, even though we might be the last of the Five Eyes countries, there's five, including Canada, 5 countries that kind of move together in many different ways, Mr. Speaker, dealing with issues of this nature, immigration and so forth. Well, whether it's New Zealand, Australia, England, and the United States and us, Mr. Speaker. We're the last one on.
Good point.
But I would suggest to you that we could compare and be very proud of how robust our legislation is in comparison to others. And let me give you an example. When we talk about the exemptions of, well, what can't necessarily be talked about or what can be withdrawn from the committee, this is something in which to inform the committee that the documents or that information cannot be disclosed because, in the opinion of the chief executive of the relevant intelligence agency and security agency, those documents are, or that information is sensitive information. Well, Mr. Speaker, I suspect in all fairness, if we were to ask even members of the opposition, one would like to think that our legislation is more robust than that, Mr. Speaker. And I would, challenge members across the way that are concerned about that aspect to indicate to this House that they believe, with respect to that the New Zealand legislation is more robust than ours. I don't believe it is, Mr. Speaker. But that's an issue that is raised. Well, Mr. Speaker, that's not the only country that we can draw a comparison to. And before I leave New Zealand, because there is another one related to this, I did want to talk about the Prime Minister, because a number of members across the way have talked about the influence of the Prime Minister, and I will get to that right away, because there's another good example with the New Zealand. But, Mr. Speaker, on the same thought, let's go in terms of what it is that's being done in the UK Act, where the government, Mr. Speaker, is able to inform the Intelligence and Security Committee, which is the equivalent of what we're establishing, that the information cannot be disclosed because the Secretary of State has decided that it should not be disclosed. Well, again, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest to you that our legislation is more robust than that, Mr. Speaker. Yet this is a big issue that is being raised by, in particular, New Democrats, but other opposition members also. So, it's not to say that our legislation is 100% absolute perfect. You know, there's always room for improvement, and that's one of the reasons why, Mr. Speaker, we're saying that we are going to take another look at it in the years ahead, and that's within the legislation itself, Mr. Speaker. Now, you've already given me my 2-minute notice, and I still have quite a bit more I'd like to talk about. I made reference, Mr. Speaker, to the Prime Minister. You know, in New Zealand, and members across the way, they talk about the Prime Minister and the control from the PMO office, and I would encourage them not to be as paranoid about that particular issue. You know, in New Zealand, the Prime Minister actually sits on the Security Committee, Mr. Speaker. In Canada, we have a Parliamentary Oversight Committee in which the government members of Parliament makes up the minority of the committee, Mr. Speaker. That's a fairly significant piece within the legislation, Mr. Speaker. The government members of Parliament make up a minority of the committee. Well, Mr. Speaker, you know, in fairness, the opposition should recognize that that once again reinforces that we have excellent legislation in comparison to other Five Eyes countries, Mr. Speaker. Not only that, but the good news continues on. You have a Prime Minister within the framework that is obligated to work with opposition to fill the opposition members' spots on the committee, Mr. Speaker. Well, let me suggest to you that we have before us, and if we were to talk to Canadians and we were to get a better sense in terms of what it is that Canadians believe. Now, I like to think that our Minister of Public Safety has done a phenomenal job with respect to this legislation in bringing it and defending the legislation, Mr. Speaker. And if there's any doubt in anyone's mind as to why or how they should be voting, read what the Minister of Public Services has put on, Public Safety has put on the record here, and I'm sure your concerns will in fact be addressed. This is one of those pieces of legislation, I would argue, Mr. Speaker, that should be passed unanimously from this House, because all Canadians, I believe, want to see a parliamentary oversight committee. Even under Stephen Harper, where there was some reluctance, actually there was a lot of reluctance, but, Mr. Speaker, I know that there are many members across the way now that understand the value of a parliamentary oversight committee, and I hope, Mr. Speaker, that they will come on side and support good legislation.
Before we go into the question session, I just want to remind the honourable members, I don't know what it is, but every time the honourable parliamentary secretary gets up, the opposition wants to help him out. And I'm sure he appreciates the help, but if you don't mind, just while he's answering, maybe just keep it down. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the House Leader for even being able to make an oversight committee sound exciting. One of the concerns that we had originally with this, and perhaps it's been addressed in the amendments and I missed it, was that there's really no independence to this oversight. The Prime Minister picks the chair, the Prime Minister picks who's on it, and the Prime Minister gets to edit any of the reports that come out of the committee. So I guess my question for the Honourable Member is, what has been done to address that and keep it from being just a duplication of effort?
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Again, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest to you that this once again shows that the government takes what's happening in standing committees very seriously. We want to be able to see good, healthy discussions. And one of the discussions that took place at this particular standing committee was the issue of the chair not being able to have that double vote. A double vote meaning that at the end of the day, that the chair does not precipitate a tie vote and then votes again as the chair. And this was something that, from what I understand, was in fact raised at committee. And as a result of that, we have better and improved the legislation. And the member asked, well, how do we ensure that there is that sense of fairness or balance? I would suggest to you that the best way to ensure that you have that sense of fairness and balance in this situation, I don't want my words to be exploited now, Mr. Speaker, in this situation, given the nature of this particular committee, is that, in fact, we now, on this committee, you will see a minority of the membership is made up of the government members of Parliament, Mr. Speaker. And that should provide some assurances, given the important role that this particular committee has on national security, and as I say, one of my favorites, protecting Canadian rights and freedoms.
Very good.
Questions and comments? The honourable members for Esquimalt, Saanich, Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have to say I listened with astonishment and exasperation to the member's speech on Bill C-22. Everything from reminding us that this is really the only thing they have to say about C-51. I've got a bill to repeal it before the House. They still haven't presented anything other than this bill. To him saying if we have objections, stand up and speak about them when this is under time allocation, where the NDP gets exactly one speaker at third reading. So I'm a bit exasperated. And I guess the final thing I would have to say is that he's somehow proud of a bill when the committee provided teeth, as the Liberal Prime Minister said he will allow committees to do, then the government's proceeded to take the teeth out of this bill and put them in a glass by the Prime Minister's bed. And so we've got a bill here that has absolutely no ability to do what it was supposed to do. And I'm still exasperated and astonished to hear a speech like this that revises the history and really tries to recast this in a way that's completely false. What we have here is the government taking control of a committee, overruling what was done, and producing a committee that's very important to this country without any support from the opposition parties. What does the member have to say about that?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, having been a parliamentarian for a number of years, there's never a shortage of rhetoric that comes from the New Democratic benches. At the end of the day, I disagree with what the member is saying. You know, what we saw, and I would challenge the member across the way to stand in his place and tell the House how many times this, in the last 16 months, in which we have seen changes to legislation or votes inside the House where you had a higher sense of participation, where amendments were being proposed, where there are different type of votes, where even opposition amendments were actually being accepted.
We have a point of order. The Honourable Member for Saanich-Sooke.
I'll remember that he should stop standing up and saying we should speak on this if we have opinions when government has introduced time allocation, so we're not allowed that opportunity. So repeatedly he keeps calling on me to stand up and speak on this. As the National Defence Critic, I'd love to do that, but because of time allocation, it's not allowed.
Bravo. Let's debate. I think the Honourable Member got his point across, but I think that was more debate than it was a point of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I suspect you might be right, Mr. Speaker. You know, at the end of the day, the member knows full well that the New Democratic Party has had dozens of opportunities to get engaged in debate inside this House. So to try to give the impression that the NDP only get one speaker on this, Mr. Speaker, is wrong. They've had dozens of engagements on this piece of legislation. If it was up to some within this House, this bill will never pass. That's unfortunately the reality, Mr. Speaker. And at the end of the day, we believe that this is something in which Canadians want to see. I suspect even the Democrats might vote in favor of the bill. I suspect that might be the case, Mr. Speaker. But you know something, once it's all said and done, this is good legislation. It's been even improved upon because it went through the committee stage, and now, Mr. Speaker, I think it is very timely to ultimately see this bill pass through the House of Commons.
In comments, the Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for allowing me to stand and rise on this debate this morning, and thank you to the member from Winnipeg North for outlining and really bringing back some of the thoughts we had during the campaign around Bill C-51. I can remember knocking on doors myself, Mr. Speaker, and making phone calls and explaining why the Liberals wanted to adjust that legislation rather than remove it the way the New Democrats were recommending. And now having an oversight committee that also the New Democrats are making some comments that we don't need this, Mr. Speaker. Could the member, and in fact, this committee will have members from the Senate and also included, and the New Democrats would like to get rid of the Senate, Mr. Speaker. I think the Senate comes to this to bring some value. Maybe the Honourable Member from Winnipeg North could talk to us a little bit about why we'd like to engage the Senate in this discussion, as well as change legislation rather than remove all security legislation the way the New Democrats are suggesting.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, I appreciate the question from my caucus colleague, and you know there are many advocates that have proposed that the Senate play a very positive role on this particular oversight committee. I believe it will for a number of reasons. And it could be everything from continuity to the level of expertise that's within the other place. I think there is a great deal that can in fact be offered, and we are seeing more and more the Senate becoming that independent, sober, second-looking oversight body. So I believe that it can, in fact, contribute positively to this particular oversight committee. In regards to the legislation, I think that it would be very tragic to see such good legislation not receive the type of support that it deserves. Because at the end of the day, I believe that if we took 100 Canadians at random and we had presentations dealing with this, that it would be virtually unanimous in terms of the need for Canada to have an oversight committee. I'm very proud of this government's ability to bring that into a reality, and that's what this legislation is going to do, Mr. Speaker. I thank in particular the Minister of Public Safety, the Government House Leader, and most importantly, the Prime Minister to have the foresight in making this an election commitment, because he understood what Canadians want when it comes to issues such as this, which is so very important.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Victoria. I just want to remind the honourable members that we're limited for time. Maybe a short question and short answer, if possible.
Through you, Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman somehow suggested that the opposition challenges the need for an oversight committee. I don't know how one could read the record of these proceedings and to come to that conclusion. He commends the work of the Public Safety Committee and fails to remind us that the government gutted that committee's recommendations. And the question I have through you, Mr. Speaker, is, since this is a, quote, somewhat historical bill, to quote the honourable gentleman, how is it that we are going to be proceeding with the opposition unanimously opposed to such an historic initiative?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I think that it is important to emphasize that when the Conservative Party was on the government benches, when we had that great debate on C-51, and we knew where the NDP were standing on that, and we knew where the Liberal Party stood on it, we actually supported the legislation and indicated that if we became government, that we would ensure that there is a parliamentary oversight being brought. We are fulfilling that commitment that was made, Mr. Speaker. On the other hand, the Conservative Party, while it was in government, opposed having a parliamentary oversight committee. So when I say that there are members of this chamber that oppose having an oversight committee, it's based on past voting records. I sit inside the chamber and I've heard a number of members across the way express concerns in regards to it. So until we actually see the vote, and hopefully I'm wrong, Mr. Speaker, hopefully we do see that unanimous support. I would love to see it, because it would send a nice positive message. But I'm kind of inclined to believe that the Conservatives are still out of touch with what Canadians really think on this particular issue, Mr. Speaker, but we'll find out when it ultimately comes to a vote.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de...
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Beauport-Côte de Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Well, happy Friday, Mr. Speaker. Happy Friday, colleagues. I am very happy to rise today in the House to speak out on Bill C-22. I would like to take this opportunity to defend my point of view and the point of view of good common sense, which is missing on the other side. Before looking at the bill in closer detail, I would particularly like to attack the way that the party in power is doing things, which seems to be using the same tactics. They like to be cute, if you will. The first example that I have of this unfortunate way of proceeding is that when the government tabled Bill C-22 last June in the final hours of the parliamentary session, they did it to ensure that there would be almost no time for debate in the House of Commons or amongst the general public. The second example is when the Minister of Finance tabled a report indicating that budgets would be at around $30 billion a year instead of the little $10 billion deficits promised during the election campaign. And those were already major deficits for Canadians. It's my children and my grandchildren who are going to have to pay for that. But across the way, apparently they don't have grandchildren. They don't care. A final example is when the government House Leader tabled a document indicating that the Prime Minister would only have to be in the House an hour a week to answer questions, and that members would only sit 4 days a week in Ottawa to get a better work-life balance. Now, that's a part-time Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker. Now, let's get into the heart of the debate on Bill C-22. I don't see any objection to the idea of having a committee where members would be able to examine and review the legislative, regulatory, financial, and strategic and administrative frameworks governing our national security and intelligence systems. Now, the problem, and this is where I have a problem with this bill, is with the way that the committee is being made up. First and above all, public safety is a non-partisan issue. The fact that the Prime Minister's office has already chosen, and chose last January, the chair of the committee, that even before the committee was created, well, that says a lot about the Prime Minister's attitude concerning MPs in the House of Commons. This choice was made by the Liberal Party by itself, without any discussion with other parties, without consultation in this House, despite the fact that all parties indicated a desire to participate in the selection of the chair of this committee. Public safety is very important, and it should never be a partisan issue. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister's office will also choose the members of the committee, unlike what was promised in the election by the member for Papineau. This means that the committee members will have to answer directly to the Prime Minister, and so the committee will not be able to fulfill one of its functions. It will not be meeting the needs of Canadians. It rather will be answering to the Prime Minister directly.
What a great display. Like a royal master, like usual. The fact that the committee risks not being independent means that it's not truly independent. It will reduce its utility as well as its legitimacy. I say that because the Prime Minister will have the right, as well as the Minister of Public Safety, according to Bill C-22, to change or to simply block a report drawn up by the members of the committee. Therefore, the Prime Minister, once again, will be the royal master of this committee. There are people in the House of Commons who like to work. Maybe he doesn't like it, but we like to be able to speak on behalf of our electors, because that's why we were sent here to this House. But what can I say? There's a song that talks about masters of the world who sit very high. I think we'll have to show him a mirror. If information is considered to be of a sensitive nature in the report, according to the Prime Minister or the Minister of Public Safety, they will be able to withdraw that information from the report, which is unacceptable. And by sensitive information, I'm not talking about confidential information, which, if it were made public, could be harmful to Canadian security. If there are parts of the report that could be harmful to the Liberal Party by demonstrating their incompetence and their lack of judgment when it came time to make decisions. As my colleague mentioned, the critic for public safety, my honorable colleague,
parliamentary oversight. We need to do it right. It needs to be real and substantial oversight. It needs to be parliamentary. Otherwise, this is simply a Liberal Party communication exercise, and this is not something that the Conservative Party can support. Mes chers collègues,
my dear colleagues, it is very important to keep in mind that the Liberals want a committee under their supervision and not just a committee of parliamentarians. This should be an entirely independent entity, and it should not be beholden to the party in power. It should guarantee to Canadians that their public safety is guaranteed in both a legal and professional way. The fact that the Prime Minister and the Minister of Public Safety can have the last word on the report of a committee that is supposed to be independent is highly troubling to me. Furthermore, it's very important for the members of the committee to have experience in the fields of secret intelligence or experience in matters of public safety, national security, intelligence, or defense. That's another reason why the leaders of each party should be consulted. They can make sure that they send the best parliamentarians for this important work that will be done. But, Mr. Speaker, I wish to conclude by reaffirming that I cannot support this bill unless some changes that are significant are made. First of all, the opposition parties must be consulted before choosing members of the committee. Then, they must respect the independence of the committee and its independence from the Government of Canada in order to prevent any interference from the Prime Minister and the Minister of Public Safety. Finally, I would like to make sure that we can maintain a high standard and choose parliamentarians that have experience in the fields that I've already mentioned to make sure that this committee can offer the best service to all Canadians. We're talking about public, or rather, national security. That's extremely important, and it should be independent. The committee should be specialized and not partisan. But the Liberal government has already appointed the chair of the committee last January without any kind of consultation. Before outlining legislative measures, it refused to consult opposition parties, despite the willingness of the Conservative Party and the NDP Party to discuss this important committee. As our Five Eyes allies, we think that this committee should include people that have experience dealing with secret intelligence, experience of public safety, experience with national security, intelligence, or defense. For the moment, the chair does not have this kind of experience. The committee is appointed by the cabinet of the Prime Minister and is accountable to that body. They should be appointed by Parliament and be accountable to that body. During the election campaign, the Prime Minister defended a reduced role for the office of the Prime Minister, but no measures have been taken to ensure that this is done. Bill C-22 has many exceptions in it that allows ministers and government organizations to not provide certain information to the committee. It weakens the responsibility for oversight and does not allow the full implementation of the committee's mandate. For our part, among the Conservatives, as official opposition, we consider that public safety is a priority and the protection of security and intelligence officers is an important concern. We are going to study this bill carefully, but we remain preoccupied by the attempt of the Prime Minister's cabinet and the Liberal Party's attempt to make this committee just one other entity of the Liberal government. Mr. Speaker, more and more, what the Prime Minister has to say about transparency is becoming nothing more than Liberal dictatorship. Our MPs, those who were elected by the public from all different parties, are being prevented from having the opportunity to speak. They're trying to muzzle us. The Prime Minister of Canada will never succeed in muzzling me, Mr. Speaker. Never. And the day the day that he will have the audacity to do it, I will go to the media and I will say, loud and proud, that this Prime Minister has become a dictator. We have here a committee that is working extremely hard on the measures that our dear leader has put in place. And it's unacceptable for me to see a Prime Minister who was duly elected by the Canadian public, who knew exactly what to expect by wanting to be the leader of a party, now wants to sit only 1 hour a week. What is that? Have we come to the point where we have a Prime Minister of Canada who just works part-time here? When is he going to be accountable to all Canadians? It's his job. This is what he does. And what can we say to Quebecers on the other side? The 40 MPs who were attacked in media in Quebec because we don't hear them. Have they been muzzled by their Prime Minister? Are they also forbidden from speaking about the things that trouble them? They can say what they will. Whether Mr. Harper is here or not, the MPs from Quebec here were listening attentively. We were in the lobby every day. And how many times were we asked, how's Quebec going? Do you have those discussions with your Prime Minister? I really doubt it. When did you have the opportunity to sit with your Prime Minister, Quebecers from the other side, and listen attentively, be listened to attentively? I would like to remind the honourable member that she must speak through the chair and not directly to members of the other side. If they had the attentive ear of the Prime Minister, which I doubt, because if that were the case, yesterday's budget would have reflected what the Liberals from Quebec and members who from all parties who are Quebec MPs in their respective ridings wanted to see. It's profoundly disappointing to see this. And even the National Assembly unanimously protested. We have 2 MPs, 1 minister, and 1 parliamentary secretary. Mr. Lebaume wants to have a lieutenant from Quebec, like at the time of Conservatives, where there was someone from Quebec who sat every day to find out what Quebec wanted. I want to hear my friends from Quebec rise and say, yes, we all went out with our Prime Minister. And they don't say that because it didn't happen. Then again, they can't afford it because it costs $1,500 a plate. But we have to keep in mind that the Liberals were elected with false promises, and that is profoundly damaging to all Canadians. More transparency was promised, but the room is dark. One thing I retained from my previous Prime Minister, which I miss, Mr. Harper had a great deal of respect for his MPs, for the MPs that came from Quebec, from New Brunswick, from Ontario, from Alberta. He listened to every single member. How many times did we sit on the other side with our Prime Minister and laughed with him? People never saw that. But that was what he was like. He was respectful. What I find damaging now is that the Prime Minister we have today, even when he's in the House, is becoming a ball and chain. His nonverbal cues are so blatant that It's becoming troubling to the opposition. What I want to see in my parliament is the conviviality we had at the time. Whether my old boss, Mr. Harper, is here or not, we need to give credit where it is due. He respected the institution, and he respected every parliamentarian here, regardless of which party they sat for. How many times did I see him discuss with Mike Ignatieff or Mr. Dion, with Jules Duceppe from the Bloc Québécois? We had a certain conviviality that we no longer have. We have a prime minister whose arrogance is becoming more and more obvious and is becoming more troubling because it should not be there in the first place. Whether it be the Liberals or the Conservatives or the NDP or the Bloc Québécois or the Green Party, we were all elected to speak on behalf of our electorate. And I will never, ever allow myself to be muzzled by the Liberal Prime Minister. Never. Never as an MP, and never as a woman either. Respect, when we want to have it, we have to respect those who were duly elected. And respect has to be earned. And for the moment, there's a hill to climb, because I've lost all the respect for my Prime Minister because he does not respect me as an individual, as a parliamentarian, and as a woman. And for me, it has become a serious issue. And if we want to continue to work in all conviviality, he needs to let people express themselves, no matter which side they're sitting on. And I hope that the MPs from Quebec will have the opportunity to speak to their Prime Minister as we did. We had a privileged relationship with our Prime Minister, and I dare to hope that they will have the same, and that they will be listened to in the same way, because we were members for Quebec and we did a lot for that province, and it was for the good of our electorate. And when we talk about what happens in the riding, we're no longer a representative of the Conservative Party or a representative of the Liberal Party or representing the Bloc or the NDP. We speak on behalf of everyone in the riding that supported us and everyone who is in that riding, whether they voted for us or not. It is a right, and I want my rights to be respected. Thank you. Before moving on to questions and comments, I would like to remind to the member for Beauport that she has 10 minutes, but we will have about 4 minutes before question period, and so 9 minutes, or rather 6 minutes, will be granted after questions and comments. The honourable member for, pardon me, I was going to say Glengarry Prescott Russell. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her excellent speech. I have a lot of respect for her, especially when it comes to official languages. But I'm having trouble understanding what she was trying to say when we talk about Bill C-22. I don't think she was here in 2006, but it was the Conservative Party that wrote a paper that was going to interrupt the work of parliamentary committees. That's Harper's legacy. They created a document that was going to interrupt parliamentary committees' work. But coming back to C-22, does she not think it is important to create a parliamentary committee which leads to more transparency in our organizations that work in the field of security? I would like to know what she has to say about that. Then for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. To answer my colleague on the other side, yes, I was here in 2006, from 2006 to 2011, in fact. And when the Orange Crush came, I left, but then I came back even stronger than before. C-22, as I was saying, I'm not against it. But I'm not for it either. It's the way that it's being brought forward that is problematic to me. For a committee to be led by pulling strings by the Minister of Public Safety and the Prime Minister? No, I'm against that. For public safety, for Canada's safety, it needs to be an independent committee with people who sit on that committee who are experts, who have experience. I don't want the committee to become a puppet for the Prime Minister. That's not an independent committee. An independent committee, especially for public safety in Canada, should have members, which, of course, are parliamentarians, but they need to have expertise. I work on official languages, and I don't see myself sitting on that the Intelligence Review Committee. I have no experience in public safety or defense or in big files like those. And that's what is needed. We need to keep that in mind. I do not want, and I will never accept, ever, from one side to the next, regardless of which party, that a committee such as this one become the puppet for the Prime Minister. When we come back after a question period, the honourable member will have 7 minutes and 15 seconds for questions. We are now moving on to member statements.
Le député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. March 29th will mark 1 year since the tragic death of the late Honourable Jean Lapierre. I'd like to pay tribute to this former member and minister who sat in the House for many years. Everyone knows he was a distinguished member representing the people of my riding of Shefford from 1979 to 1992. And he was also elected in the riding of Outremont. Many are also aware how attached he was to his native Magdalen Islands as well. Jean loved life and left his family and friends lasting memories of great times together. His generosity, his love for his family, his political savvy and determination will remain for all of us here a wonderful source of inspiration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Speaker and colleagues, it is with great honour that I rise today to speak about two great hockey teams in my riding. The WHL Prince George Cougars have done it. For the first time in franchise history, the Cougars have clinched the BC Division title and start their playoff run tonight against the Portland Winterhawks. And my former team that I coached, managed, and won a provincial title with, and couldn't be prouder to be an alumni of, the Caribou Cougars of the BC Major Midget League, start their Game 1 of their championship series tonight in Prince George against the Vancouver Canadians. The Caribou Cougars are also the hosts of the 2017 TELUS National Cup, Canada's National Midget Ice Hockey Championship, taking place in Prince George starting April 24th through to the 30th. True to our region, Cougars hockey embodies the hardworking, never say no, can-do, pioneering spirit. To the teams, hard work beats talent. When talent fails to work hard, boys, this is your time. Get to work and get it done. Go, Cougars, go!
The honourable member for Glengarry, Prescott Russell.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to celebrate the life of former MP Denis Etier. Mr. Etier passed away last Thursday at the young age of 90.
He was a member in the Trudeau government from 1972 to 1984. His brother Viateur brought post offices to the communities, and Denis brought federal wharves to our shoreline communities. He always fought for agriculture as a member of Parliament, and later as president of the Canadian Livestock Feed Board. He devoted his life to serving his constituents. He did this fairly and humbly. Denis, you gave me your red tie when I took office, and I will pass it on to my successor. I offer my most sincere condolences to his sons, Carl, Mark, and the whole family. We will miss you, Denis. Rest in peace.
Columbia.
I rise in the House today to recognize the importance of small businesses. Recently, Mayor Jerry Taft and I met with a group of dedicated small business owners in Invermere, BC, in my riding of Kootenay, Columbia. These hardworking people came together to provide input on how federal, provincial, and municipal governments can better support small businesses in Invermere and elsewhere. Their feedback and the feedback from other communities where I've hosted business forums is invaluable. According to Statistics Canada, there were 1.17 million businesses as of September 2015. 98% of these employed fewer than 100 employees, while over half employed fewer than 5 people. And 78% of the new jobs in Canada are created by small businesses. They are the lifeblood of their communities, and they are key to Canada's economic stability and its future. And today I would like to celebrate the hard work, ingenuity, and commitment of small businesses in Invermere throughout my riding and across Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to the late Vern Nielsen of Kelowna, British Columbia, who passed away peacefully surrounded by his family and friends on February 11th, 2017. As a business person, philanthropist, Vern was a kind and generous man. A longtime Rotarian, Vern was the sitting district governor of 50-60 and kept up his volunteer work with the club even while undergoing his cancer treatments. I'm particularly proud to honour Vern in this place, as Vern stood as a Liberal candidate for Kelowna Lake Country in both 2004 and 2006 Canadian general election. He was a mentor to me and contributed in many ways to my success in 2015. I ask all members in this place to join me in recognizing Vern Nielsen of Kelowna, British Columbia. Both his community and his country are better places because of his many contributions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, increasingly I hear from people who feel that political correctness is out of control. In Canada, the right to be offended is still enshrined in law. However, free speech is more and more under attack. Yesterday we learned about a certain Mr. Grabber came face to face with the "I'm offended" buzzsaw. You see, for more than 25 years, Mr. Grabber has had a license plate with his last name on it, but now it seems on the basis of a single complaint, the plate was cancelled. Mr. Speaker, I'm asking all Canadians to consider this case. It has to do with free speech. I implore Canadians that if you hear or read something that's offensive, either ignore it or engage with it. Do not use authority structures to shut it down. Had the person who made this complaint simply asked Mr. Grabber, they would have discovered that the word on his plate was his last name. I ask all Canadians to consider the right to be offended. It is fundamental to the principle of free speech. Mr. Speaker, let's nip this out-of-control political correctness in the bud. Thank you.
The honourable member for St. John Rothsay.
Mr. Speaker, you have not lived today until you have done something for someone who can never repay you. I was elected by the great people of St. John Rothsay to represent, advocate, and bring important priorities forward. We are a city of great business success, but also a city with many in great need. We lead the country in child poverty. We have 1,300 families on a wait list for affordable housing, and many who are homeless and need a helping hand. We have started a sandwich program for the hungry at our constituency office, and the response has been uplifting. We have families, seniors, and many others who are hungry and drop by on a daily basis. My office is their office too. One of the greatest things we can all do as MPs is to give hope and a hand up to people who need it the most. I'm proud to start this initiative, and I encourage all my colleagues to do the same across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sudbury.
Mr. Speaker, today I'm sharing news of an exciting new educational opportunity in my riding of Sudbury. A new school of architecture in Canada, the first in a generation. The MacEwan School of Architecture of Laurentian University. L'école d'architecture est bien...
The school is very visible in downtown Sudbury. I cut the ribbon in January. This is something that Sudbury is very proud of.
Already has many First Nations students enrolled in the MacEwan School of Architecture, as there are First Nations architects across Canada. And what will this new generation of architects from Sudbury do? They will change the world one sketch at a time. Félicitations.
Congratulations to the President of Laurentian University, Dominique Giroux, and the Board of Directors.
Education, students, and Sudbury. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Calgary Confederation.
Mr. Speaker, the public consultations on a new federal framework for Lyme disease has just closed. For too long, the hundreds and possibly thousands of Canadians with Lyme disease have been largely ignored by our healthcare system. We have weak surveillance programs, outdated and incomplete statistics. Our medical professionals do not have the critical training that they need, and therefore, in many cases, go undiagnosed or misdiagnosed. Infected Canadians are not getting the support that they need, and they are suffering in both terms of their health, and they are suffering financially. There are high hopes that a new framework will improve the situation, but many think that this is just more talk. If we are going to make progress against this disease, we need to do more than just write a report. We need to take action.
Hear, hear. Member for Brampton West.
Mr. Speaker, today is World Tuberculosis Day, and I would like to highlight how our government is working with provinces, territories, and key stakeholders to reduce the rates of TB in Canada, particularly in at-risk communities. Through Budget 2017, our government is providing over $50 million to increase community-based infectious diseases programming, including TB, sexually transmitted, and bloodborne infections. To address the high rates of TB in First Nations on reserve, Health Canada is partnering with First Nation organizations, provinces, and communities to ensure access to culturally appropriate and timely diagnosis. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to work with our national and international partners in fight against TB and to contribute towards Canada's efforts to completely eliminate TB as a public health problem. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for La Salle-Mar Verdun. Mr. Speaker, this weekend I'll be in my riding for some sweets at the spring event in Verdun, which is the 7th edition of the Antlers and Log Cabin Sugar Shack. For 4 days, over 80,000 visitors will be visiting Wellington Street to enjoy maple products and celebrate Quebec producers and our local shopkeepers. It was the First Nations that taught the first Europeans about sap and making maple syrup, and decades later the tradition of sugaring turns Verdun into the biggest sugar shack in the entire Montreal area. Family, friends, and neighbors, see you on Wellington Street. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, last week I attended the annual presentation of APEGA, which is the organization in Alberta that represents engineers, geologists, and geophysicists. And what I learned about the unemployment situation in this category was even more dire than I had realized. In Calgary, 20% of engineers today are unemployed, 30% of geophysicists are not working, and as high as 50% of geologists do not have a job. So what did the federal budget do to help these highly trained professionals who work in the energy sector? Mr. Speaker, the budget slashed the drilling incentive program, which encourages companies to hire these professionals and go out and drill new wells. Now, combined with the carbon tax and the NDP policies in Alberta, we will have continued high employment. And remember, Alberta was the driver of the Canadian economy for the past decade. So it's obvious the Liberals want to continue to drive our economy in Alberta into the toilet, and the 4 members of the Liberal Party...
The honourable member for Whitby.
Mr. Speaker, March 25th is the International Day of Remembrance for victims of slavery and the transatlantic slave trade. Earlier this year, I had the opportunity to visit Elmina Castle in Ghana. Seeing where my ancestors were kidnapped, tortured, enslaved was devastating. Those who did not survive had their bodies thrown into the Atlantic Ocean, and their humanity was never acknowledged. It broke me. However, the experience also empowered and strengthened me to ensure that the words never again have meaning, and that I live my life honoring the 305,000 slaves from Elmina and the millions of Africans who were brutalized during the transatlantic slave trade. I encourage everyone in this chamber and around the country to educate themselves on this terrible time in our history and its ongoing impacts to the Black community. I also encourage us all to commit to ensuring that these horrific injustices are never repeated and that modern-day slavery end forever. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond.
Monsieur le Président, c'est avec fierté.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to rise in the House today to highlight the 30th anniversary of the Drummond Association of People with Disabilities. This organization plays a key role in the lives of people with disabilities, contributing in various ways to their social integration. Working with local players, the association advocates for the needs and aspirations of people with disabilities. We can be proud of the association's members who work so hard to build an inclusive society with equal opportunity for all. To help out, I will once again this year be organizing an information session on the disability tax credit. This session will be held on April 25th at 7 p.m. at the Saint-Pierre Community Centre in Drummondville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Finance Minister may well have been wearing new shoes this week, but Budget 2017 has the same old Liberal stench. The budget confirms that the Liberals are the worst money managers Canada's ever seen. The deficit will reach $28.5 billion this year, and at the end of their term, the Liberals will have increased the debt to over $100 billion. What was done to stimulate the economy? Where are the jobs? Where are the work sites that should put people back to work? Our expectations were low, but the results are still disappointing. All of Quebec is disappointed. The government knows full well that access to internet and cell service is a huge problem in our regions, and not enough was done in 2016. There's nothing in Budget 2017. Their inaction has caused a crisis in softwood. And what about farmers? Nothing in Budget 2017. The Prime Minister promised to do whatever it took to expedite the Lac-Mégantic bypass, but there's just tax hikes. Mr. Speaker, new shoes with old socks might look better, but it still stinks.
Honourable member for Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, on March 26, Bangladeshi Canadians across Canada will mark the 45th anniversary of the independence of Bangladesh. Canada was one of the first countries to diplomatically recognize Bangladesh in 1972, and we have enjoyed a bond of friendship that has only grown stronger over the years. Our two countries are not only linked by a strong trade relationship, but Canada is home to over 100,000 people of Bangladeshi heritage, many of whom, I'm proud to tell you, Mr. Speaker, live in my riding of Scarborough Southwest. From community work to business initiatives and more, the contributions of Bangladeshi Canadians play a significant role in making our communities great places to live, work, and raise a family. I invite all of my colleagues in this House in joining me to offer our best wishes to the Bangladeshi community on this important milestone and look forward to many celebrations to come. Shuvo Shadanota Dibosh.
Oral questions, question orale. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
A troubling report in today's Globe and Mail says that during free trade talks currently underway, the Chinese government is asking Canada for unfettered access to all areas of the Canadian economy, including our telecom and natural resources sector, and that the access needs to be granted to all Chinese companies, including ones owned by the state. These reports are very disturbing. Can the Prime Minister tell us if these reports are accurate and how his government is planning to respond to these alleged and very worrisome demands from Beijing?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me remind the member what John Baird said on February 27th. He said that the direction the government is going in terms of our relationship with China is good news for Western Canada. In this case, he's right. Already, our efforts have resulted in market access for Canada's $2 billion canola industry. We've shipped 39 shipments, totaling $850 million worth of canola. You know what? The member opposite should be celebrating this success instead of trying to block access for Canadian farmers.
Well said. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, that response is very troubling. The report in the Globe and Mail is a disturbing report, and the government needs to tell Canadians what their plan is. The report goes on to state that Beijing does not want Canada to use human rights or national security concerns as bargaining chips. Both of these should be at the top of Canada's list when having any discussions with China. So, again, I ask the Prime Minister, Is the government aware of these conditions? What is the government's response to this very troubling report and to these demands?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada is a Pacific nation, and we want to expand our trading relationships with the Asia-Pacific area, including China. As announced by the Prime Minister in September, we are in exploratory talks. This is essential to determining whether there is sufficient interest on the part of Canadians and whether this is to our benefit. Public consultation will be wide, it will be broad, it will be deep, and we will pursue a truly progressive trade agenda that puts the middle class at the centre of our thoughts. Thank you.
I just want to remind the honourable members that there was someone speaking and there was conversations going across the floor. I'm sure it wasn't done intentionally because both sides are getting along so well. So we'll go on to questions. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this week tensions in this House have risen. There's been a very high level of animosity between the Liberals and the opposition, and it's growing. And it's all because the Prime Minister and the House Leader have insisted on ramming through changes to how the rules of this House so that the Prime Minister has to be and can be less accountable. They really have messed up this file drastically. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? It's not too late to fix things. It's not too late for the government, for the Prime Minister, to give his commitment that no changes will be made unless he has a consensus from all parties. It's not at all unreasonable, and we can all get back to working together. So will the government commit no changes will be made unless there is a consensus between all of us?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I think it's important for us to recognize that we have a Prime Minister that is committed to modernizing Canada's Parliament. I've been a parliamentarian for over 20 years, Mr. Speaker. Many of those years, in fact, over 20 of them were in opposition. I understand the importance of modernization. This is actually a good thing for Canada, Mr. Speaker. I would invite all members to be a part of that discussion.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Government House Leader, in answer to a question from the Leader of the Opposition, said that our Prime Minister will be more accountable, not less accountable. Well, Mr. Speaker, I can confirm this. The Prime Minister and his aversion for people who don't think like him is responsible for the terrible week that we've all had here. What the Leader said is that the Prime Minister wants to take all the responsibilities of all MPs from all parties for himself. Will the Government House Leader understand that her attempt to take control of the House has failed utterly? How can she believe the things she's saying when she does exactly the opposite?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I have had the opportunity to read the discussion paper, and that's not what I interpret, Mr. Speaker. What I see is a Prime Minister that is genuinely trying to bring our parliamentary system forward, and I would really encourage all members of the House to be a part of that discussion. We can do better inside the Parliament of Canada. Thank you, Mr.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Well, I understand the disappointment of the government. The Government House Leader has worked very hard to put out a document to make her and her boss's job easier. Less time for the opposition to criticize her boss. Ministers' offices won't have to answer written questions from the opposition, and members from her own party, her backbenchers, will be easier to control. When will the Government House Leader understand that Parliament is not a branch office of the Liberal Party of Canada? Modernization does not mean muzzling, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, modernization is and can be a very positive experience for the House of Commons. I would really encourage the member, and in fact all members of the House, to get engaged in this very important discussion. We can in fact improve the system. Thank you, Mr.
The Honourable Member has a few more seconds. The Honourable Member has a few more seconds. I just wanted to... Well, we'll hold them for him. The Honourable Member had about 20 seconds left if he wants to continue. I was having a hard time hearing him, so I thought I'd stop things a bit. You're done? Okay, very good. The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the Liberal House Leader keeps referring to her government's unilateral power grab as a discussion paper. Well, let's listen to some of that discussion. Don Martin, said the changes are aimed at strengthening the, quote, elite Liberal advantage. John Iveson's response is entitled, quote, Liberals' latest attempted power grab in the Commons sure to fail again. And Chantal Hébert said, quote, a majority government has already quite a lot of power without abusing it by changing the rules. So, Mr. Speaker, I've got one simple question. How do they think this is going over?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do believe that the government House Leader has brought forward a discussion paper that is worthy of a good talk, whether it's inside this chamber, whether it's at the committee level, but most importantly, it's important that we engage Canadians and the experts, because it is, in fact, time that we do modernize the Parliament, and I believe that the government House Leader is on the right track in advancing that very important issue.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Well, we can't have a discussion, Mr. Speaker, when one party imposes its ideas. The changes to the rules that govern how our democracy works should never be made by one party alone, no matter which party. If she really wants to make Parliament more effective, the government House Leader should commit to working with all the other parties. Even Jean Chrétien sought unanimity to modify the standing orders when he was Prime Minister. So, will the Liberal government commit here and now to not changing the rules unilaterally, yes or no?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that members need to realize what we have is a government House Leader that has provided a discussion paper, which is a continuation of a great deal of debate that has been taking place for well over a year now in many different forms, Mr. Speaker, including using the PROC committee. So at the end of the day, what I am hopeful, and I am an optimistic person, Mr. Speaker, that we will, in fact, see a more modern Parliament system if, in fact, we get a higher sense of commitment coming from all sides of the House.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga.
Monsieur le Président.
Well, Mr. Speaker, one thing is certain, the Liberals are really good at talking. The budget they tabled this week has a whole range of announcements, but with the number of promises from 2015 that they've already broken, can we really trust them? A housing crisis is happening right now in Canada. 1.5 million households have needs for better housing. Wait lists for social housing are reaching summits we've never seen before, and our social housing is falling into ruin. Why is the budget doing nothing to help those who are the worst housed in this country right now?
Secretary.
It gives me enormous pride to stand here today and tell you about the historic investments in housing that this government is making, the longest investments in the history of this country. It's not just $11 billion over the next 10 years. It's also a doubling of the base funding in last year's budget. It brings it to almost $15 billion. We're going to work with our partners in the provinces and municipalities to deliver the best housing to as many Canadians as possible. This is an historic agreement. We look forward to working with our provinces and the territories over the next few months. And don't forget, there's money for Aboriginal housing too.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Environment Minister responded to the $1.2 billion in cuts to programs fighting climate change by saying, quote, the numbers are in there. Well, they sure are, Mr. Speaker. Page 150, 2017-18, cut $750 million. 2018-2019, cut $500 million. And to make matters worse, they're cancelling the public transit tax credit, making it more expensive to ride the bus. So here's my question, Mr. Speaker. If it's not the middle class and those working so hard to join it, who do they think takes public transit?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member opposite, because it gives me an opportunity to talk about the extraordinary green budget that we have that's going to implement the Pan-Canadian Plan on Climate Change. $2.9 billion to address climate change and air pollution, $2.2 billion invested in clean tech, $364 million Parks Canada, $73.5 million for a new Canadian Centre for Climate Services. But with respect to the money that he's talking about, and we have met a number of times, it is the same amount of money, $2 billion Low Carbon Economy Fund, but we're responding to provinces that need additional time to flow the money. Money will...
The Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Mr. Speaker, throughout this week we've told the Liberals there can be no discussion on changing the standing orders without first an agreement on the need for consensus. Today I want to point you in the direction of the 1985 report of the McGrath Committee. This was yet another special standing orders committee that worked entirely by unanimous consensus. And Mr. Speaker, this sort of thing works throughout Parliament. I myself chaired the subcommittee on human rights for 8 years, and we always worked on the basis of consensus. There are so many examples throughout this place of working by unanimous consensus. Why, when we come to the most important thing of all, our standing orders, does the government not want to do that? Does it not want to work by unanimous consensus?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the questions. In fact, I appreciate all questions related to standing orders because it is something in which I feel very passionate about. Having said that, I think that we have a wonderful opportunity before us. We have a discussion paper that has been put forward and advanced by the Government House Leader, and I would challenge all members to get engaged with that discussion. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest to you that there are many individuals, stakeholders, and others that also have some thoughts in terms of how it is that we can modernize Canada's Parliament. I see that as a positive thing, and I would invite all members to get engaged.
Honourable Member for Beauport-Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, the Government House Leader keeps telling us that changes to the standing orders of the House will help MPs have a better work-life balance. But the real reason Liberals want to make these changes is that the Prime Minister only wants to be here 1 day a week, so for 1 long hour a week. He's been here since 2008, so how can the Prime Minister explain to taxpayers who work 5 days a week that his full-time job should become a part-time job with no cut in pay?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome the question. Let's talk about the discussion. I can assure members, and as I'm sure everyone can sympathize, I work 7 days a week. Some of those days are in Winnipeg, some of those days are in Ottawa. So here's an example, Mr. Speaker. We only work a few hours on a Friday. If we can readjust those hours so that I can be attending events on a Friday evening where my constituents would love to see me, I'm open to that. The bottom line is, Mr. Speaker, I would like to see, and for most Canadians, they actually work before 10 o'clock. Why not start at 9 o'clock in the morning? At least let's have that discussion, Mr. Speaker. That's what the Government House Leader is asking us to do.
Before I go to the next question, I realize the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader is getting up quite often, and I can't get over how much help the opposition is trying to coach him with. But I don't think it's necessary, so if you can keep your comments down, that would be very helpful. The Honourable Member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the Parliamentary Secretary is talking about Canadians working. So my understanding is that Canadians pay taxes for goods and services that they expect to work all the time. For example, Canadians wouldn't pay for a sewer service that only allowed them to flush the toilet once per week. So in the same vein, does the Prime Minister think that Canadians will continue to pay for his service if he rams through his undemocratic changes to Parliament and only shows up for work once a week?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I disagree with the member. It's not undemocratic. I've been a parliamentarian, as I say, for almost 25 years, most of those years, over 20, in opposition benches. If the opposition would like to take a look and get a better appreciation of what's being proposed in the discussion paper, they will see that there will be more accountability from the government benches, that we'll be seeing a Prime Minister that will be here more than once a week, as they know, Mr. Speaker. But the bottom line is I invite them, as the Government House Leader has done, to get engaged, and I appreciate the questions from the opposition.
Honourable Member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
The Secretary is using Orwellian newspeak to try to explain why he's doing the Prime Minister's dirty work of permanently shutting down Parliament on Fridays, permanently limiting debate, and trying not to show up for work. The Government House Leader, in turn, is trying to get members of the Proc Committee to do her dirty work by ramming through these changes behind Canadians' backs. So I'm very interested, Mr. Speaker. Will the member from Brampton North vote down this ridiculous proposal and stand up for her constituents right now? Or will she vote to allow the government to muzzle her and them?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I look at this as a positive discussion. As I indicated, whether I work 7 days a week, whether it's in Winnipeg or it's in Ottawa. When I'm in Ottawa, like others, I work hard. When I'm in my constituency, I work hard, Mr. Speaker. And this is a discussion paper that allows us to deal with important issues, and we cite the Fridays just as an example, Mr. Speaker. If we can say, instead of coming in at 10 o'clock in the morning, why not come in at 9 o'clock? Most Canadian workers actually do work before 9 o'clock, actually, Mr. Speaker. Let's have that discussion. I think it's time.
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's good to be here on a Friday asking the government questions and holding them accountable on behalf of all Canadians. Of course, we know that if it was up to the Liberals, they'd shut down the House of Commons on Fridays altogether, reducing their ability to be held accountable by 20% per week. The Prime Minister wants to go further. He only wants to be in the House 45 minutes a week to answer questions from the opposition and the millions of Canadians that we represent. Why are the Liberals working so hard to make life so much easier for them in Parliament?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, there is no Liberal recommending that the Prime Minister work once a week. The only ones that's recommending that seems to be the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker. Now, the bottom line is that what we should be doing is we should be taking that discussion paper and entering into a dialogue that will modernize Canada's Parliament. Canadians expect that. This Prime Minister has made that commitment, and the government House Leader has provided us the opportunity to really get engaged on this issue. And let's see if we can get some expert witnesses from across Canada that will also get engaged on the debate along with other Canadians. Thank you.
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, Mr. Speaker, when we were in government, Conservatives work hard to make life better for Canadians. Now that they're in government, the Liberals are working to make things easier for themselves and harder for everyone else. They want to cancel Friday sittings of the House, they want to limit debates in committee, and they want to eviscerate debates here in this House. And the Prime Minister only wants to show up for 45 minutes a week to be held accountable. We know that the Prime Minister has always had an address on Easy Street. Is that why he's working so hard to make Parliament so much easy for him?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I've already indicated and responded to a number of the accusations across the way to the member, and I would suggest to you that at the end of the day, what we are trying to do here is something that is very positive, something that Canadians really want us to do. We recognize that there's a need for us to modernize the Parliament, and I challenge all members of this House, and even to go beyond that. I would like to see individuals from our constituencies come forward with the ideas. I say I'm very passionate on standing orders because I see the value, whether it's in standing committees, whether it's in the House of Commons. We can make a difference. The time is now.
The honourable member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, let me paint you a picture. The Prime Minister, to snuff out the ethics scandal around his travel to the Aga Khan's private island, decides to tour across Canada to improve his image. But he goes to Ontario and he forgets Franco-Ontarians. And then he goes to Quebec and he forgets that there's English speakers in the eastern townships. He completely insulted official languages minority communities by ignoring them this way, and that's why he received a reprimand from the Official Languages Commissioner yesterday. Does this government accept that the Prime Minister broke the Official Languages Act? Yes or no?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our two official languages are at the heart of our history and who we are. And the short answer to the question from my colleague is absolutely not. As we wait for our first plan, which will be tabled this year, Budget 2017 includes investments which show and prove our interest in the official languages, in infrastructure for our official languages minority communities, and to support access to justice in both official languages. Official languages are so important to our government.
Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's baffling that someone who can blow $1,700 on food for a 3-hour flight can't find help to understand the law. As a result, the Prime Minister is under 2 different investigations by the Ethics Commissioner and has violated the Official Languages Act. Let's quote the Prime Minister. When you make a mistake, you admit it. You make amends. You ask for forgiveness, and you make sure it never happens again. So, will he admit his mistake? make amends, ask for forgiveness, and make sure it never happens again.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the first things we did after taking office was to ask the Clerk of the Privy Council to develop guidelines surrounding the reimbursement of travel by sitting Prime Ministers, their families and guests. Prior to our government taking office, there was no such policy that existed, Mr. Speaker. As per long-standing government policy and for the security reasons, the Prime Minister must travel on government aircraft. We all know that, Mr. Speaker, whether he is on official or personal business.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Canadian Press confirms this morning that the Liberal government is strengthening its relations with Communist China. Canadian taxpayers' money will be used in an infrastructure bank in China. $256 million paid by Canadian taxpayers are going out of the country. Is that how they're helping the middle class? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government is making a major contribution to development aid and humanitarian aid, $5 billion a year. And yes, we will now contribute to the investment bank in Asia. This is a bank that will work on development projects, infrastructure projects that will benefit the poorest and most vulnerable communities in that region. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, that's not very reassuring because remember that the Liberal government has a particular fascination with China. We remember the shameful things said by the Prime Minister, said that he admired the basic dictatorship in China. And also remember that the Liberal leader, after denying it, finally confirmed that he had meetings and talked about state affairs and Liberal fundraising with Chinese investors. What is the interest of the middle class in this investment? The Honourable Minister of International Development. Mr. Speaker, our government is proud to contribute in a major way to development aid and humanitarian aid around the world. My mandate is to center aid on the poorest and most vulnerable in this world, and we are very happy to invest in this sector in Asia. This investment bank targets development projects, infrastructure projects that, in energy, for example, projects that will improve the quality of life for some of the most vulnerable and poorest people in the world.
Through Nipissing Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals claim that the $8.48 billion cut in this year's defence budget relates to the fixed-wing search and rescue and upgrades to the light armoured vehicles. But according to defence analyst David Perry, these two projects at most could account for $2.84 billion. Perry also says that finance officials cannot account for the $5.6 billion shortfall.
Odd.
So what other equipment does a Prime Minister plan on taking away?
The Honourable Minister for National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I can assure the member when it comes to reprofiling of the money is making sure that we have the money in the appropriate years for the combat service combatant, the fixed-wing search and rescue aircraft, the contract that we signed that we finally can have for the new aircraft for our search and rescue technicians, and a laundry list of other equipment as well. This is about making sure we have the right money in the right years to pay for the full life cycle cost of these projects. We're committed to our Canadian Armed Forces, Mr. Speaker, and especially when it comes to them, we have our defence policy that's coming out shortly, and I look forward to presenting that to this House and to the rest of Canada. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, Canada must pull its weight internationally. With this budget's $8.5 billion cut to military equipment spending, this is becoming less and less possible. The Liberals are not only putting at risk the livelihoods of tens of thousands of skilled industry workers, but are also pushing the schedules for our shipbuilding strategy further and further away. Canada has a long, proud military history. Why are the Liberals gutting our defence capabilities to pay for their out-of-control spending?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
We have very good news for our men and women in uniform, including those naval officers, Mr. Speaker. Our government is committed to equipping the Royal Canadian Navy and the Canadian Coast Guard with the ships they need in order to serve Canadians. The strategy is a long-term commitment. It will bring economic benefits to both coasts of our country, and indeed, suppliers across this country. It will reinvigorate our marine industry, support Canadian innovation, and result in middle-class jobs for Canadians across the country, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. The Liberals wrote several times in the budget that they're going to give access to a digital economy to the youngest and the most disadvantaged, which is great. However, there's no mention about new investments to give rural municipalities high-speed internet service. In my riding, Hemingford, St. Anisette, Havelock, and Huntington are still waiting for their youth, their entrepreneurs, and their professionals to be able to connect without being disconnected by wind or rain. When will the Liberals make sure that there is fair access to internet in rural areas?
Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. In a digital world, access to broadband service is essential for everyday activities, for work, and to remain competitive. For the residents of rural areas and those in the north, high-speed internet has enormous economic potential. We have already announced, Mr. Speaker, that this year the Get Connected to Innovate will invest $500 million by 2021, which will allow 300 rural communities to obtain broadband internet access. Thank you.
Thank
you very much, Mr. Speaker. With this budget, the Liberals have yet again failed to deliver on their most crucial promise made to veterans during the election campaign: lifelong financial security for those who have served Canada and are now ill and injured. Instead, the Liberals, in their second budget, are still offering no clear commitments and no timeline. Those who have served to protect Canadians and our values deserve so much better. When will the minister finally take action to ensure that veterans have the lifelong pensions they so rightly deserve?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, Budget 2017 focuses on the overall well-being of veterans and their families by investing in mental health, supports, education opportunities, and career transition services. I can say we remain committed to a pension for life option, and this too will better serve veterans and their families. This builds on the momentum we saw in Budget 2016 when we delivered $5.6 billion in new financial security for veterans, bettering our earning loss benefit as well as our disability award. To that end, 67,000 veterans will be receiving more money in their pockets very, very soon and bettering outcomes for their families.
The Honourable Member for St. John Rothsay.
Mr. Speaker, our government was elected on a strong commitment to re-engage the federal government in affordable housing. Last year, we made significant investments in affordable housing, and this week, Budget 2017 announced the National Housing Strategy, which received praise nationally and from many stakeholders in St. John Rothsay, my riding. Can the Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Children, Families and Social Development inform the House on the benefits of this strategy for Canadians? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
St. John Rothsay for his question and for his tireless advocacy on reducing poverty in this country. And it gives me great pleasure to be talking about housing instead of just the House. Our government has made extraordinary investments in housing with this budget, $11 billion over the next 10 years, which builds on the $4 billion base that's there. Additionally, we have doubled a 100% increase on the money focused on dealing with homelessness right across this country. We know that a national housing strategy is long overdue. We know we can deliver it with this budget. We are proud to deliver affordable housing to Canadians, housing that's affordable to Canadians, and I'm very happy to say this budget.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have made a big show of adding gender considerations to the budget. But after forming a special committee to look at pay equity, there are 4 pages of rhetoric in the budget and $0 for it. The amount of money put towards addressing violence against women is 4 times less than was recommended. If the Prime Minister really wants to be seen as a feminist, he needs to put his money where his mouth is. Will the to addressing violence against women?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Status of Women.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Member for the question. In Budget 2017, our government has made gender equality a priority.
We are the first government to provide a comprehensive gender statement, an entire chapter of the budget, Mr. Speaker, and measures in the budget that will help advance gender equality. $100 million for a gender-based violence strategy, $7 billion for childcare, $11 billion for housing, better parental and care benefits. Mr. Speaker, I think the honourable member will agree Budget Day was a very good day for women's equality in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Calgary, Signal Hill.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to this budget in Alberta, we give on one hand and we take away more on the other. The budget provides Alberta with a one-time grant of a paltry $30 million, while at the same time reducing the petroleum incentive drilling grant or credit by up to $140 million, Mr. Speaker. It's obvious the Finance Minister was bullied by the Minister of Environment, the Prime Minister, who both want to phase out the oil sands, phase out fossil fuels. So when is the Minister of Natural Resources going to start to stand up for Albertans and the energy industry?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government understands that the environment and the economy go hand in hand.
The honourable member for Calgary Signal Hill asked a question, and I'm sure he wants to hear the answer, so I'd just like to remind everyone to keep it down. The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government understands that the environment and the economy go hand in hand. I work extraordinarily closely with the Minister of Natural Resources. As the Prime Minister said very recently, you wouldn't get a serious climate plan without pipelines. You wouldn't get pipelines without a serious climate plan. We have committed to take action to protect our environment. We committed at the G20 with other countries to reduce fossil fuel subsidies. We are doing that, and we are also moving forward with pipelines. We understand the need to get our resources to market, and we understand the need to protect.
The honourable member for Calgary Signal Hill.
That's absolutely shameful that that minister won't stand up in the House and defend the energy industry of this country. Maybe what I'll do, if there's no drilling of new wells, Mr. Speaker, what's going to go in those pipelines 2 or 3 or 5 years down the road when they're built, Mr. Speaker? Maybe I'll ask an easy question that they can answer. Let's try this one. The budget provides a $30 million, no-strings-attached grant to the Alberta government. Now, we know that the Notley government took $300 million of federal infrastructure dollars and put it into general revenue to pay down the debt for their uncontrolled spending. Will the Minister of Finance stand in this House and guarantee Albertans, unemployed Albertans, these dollars will be used for job creation and not to help the NDP?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment, Natural Resources.
I'm grateful to the honourable member.
Anthony, they want him to get up and they don't seem to want to listen.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to the honourable member to give me the opportunity to talk about jobs in the energy sector in Alberta. Because if you were to total up the number of jobs created by the approval of our 3 pipelines and the Keystone XL pipeline that the President of the United States approved today, that would be 32,000 jobs in the energy sector in Alberta.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lobinière. Mr. Speaker, a magic wand has been waved by the Minister of Canadian Heritage. The criterion objectives of the Canada 150 Fund Program were changed in the summer of 2016. In Part G of the application, Question 50, applicants are asked to summarize their project and indicate how it achieves the previously mentioned objectives in 20 lines. But the form was magically changed in the summer of 2016, discrediting hundreds of projects by organizations that wanted to be part of the celebration. Can the minister confirm that those changes were made to the criteria and objectives of the Canada 150 program during the summer of 2016? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are proud to have developed a real vision for the Canada 150 celebrations and to be able to leave behind a lasting legacy on 4 themes: youth, the environment, reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, and diversity. I am persuaded that All colleagues recognize the importance of those 4 themes and that it is important to work together to build our future for the next 150 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Saint-Bagot. Seasonal workers who spend months without an income and without unemployment benefits will have to wait. At least 15,000 workers find themselves in this situation each year, and about 40% of them are Quebecers. The matter of the black hole will be studied only after the budget, according to the minister responsible for employment insurance, who said that afterwards a more in-depth review will take place, including the matter of the black hole. Why do seasonal workers have to wait for a solution? Have they not waited too long already? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Social Development.
Changes to improve the employment insurance so that more Canadians can get the help when they need it and how they need it. Our government was elected on these commitments, and it is improving EI as we speak. In fact, this budget does several things, which are more flexible, in particular for maternity leave. We have focused on EI reform. We are delivering EI reform. We have undertaken the studies, and more changes will be announced as the year proceeds. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, we have an emergency. Our cultural entrepreneurs like DP are going bankrupt. The industry, content creators, were hoping for so much more from this budget, but they had even less luck than the taxi industry. The ecosystem that the minister is responsible for is unanimously asking for foreign online cultural platforms to be subject to the same rules as everybody else, and that we make sure that these businesses don't get preferential treatment to the detriment of our entrepreneurs who are paying their fair share. Even the government of Quebec is asking for this to save our cultural industries. Do I have to ask this question directly of the Minister of Finance? Because with the Minister of Heritage, it's not moving forward. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member knows full well, we have held consultations all throughout Canada on this very subject. And now, the Canadian Heritage Committee is studying this subject. Next year, there will be a global strategy that will be the result of those consultations and this work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the Prime Minister's family traveled to Billionaire Island for a vacation, they spent $1,700 on food and drink on a 3-hour flight and stuck taxpayers with the bill. Of course, that doesn't include the cost of the first ever ethics investigation of a sitting Prime Minister for violating the Conflict of Interest Act. Everyone agrees Prime Ministers can take vacations and need to travel securely. But taxpayers need to know why they are paying more for food for a 3-hour flight than most families of 5 spend in a month. Couldn't he have just packed his own lunch?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As has been the case for previous Prime Ministers, including the former Prime Minister, for security reasons, RCMP always accompany the Prime Ministers, whether for business or for personal travel. One of the first things we did after taking office was to ask the Clerk of the Privy Council to develop guidelines surrounding the reimbursement.
Okay. The Parliamentary Secretary can proceed, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's important to note that one of the first things we did after taking office was to ask the Clerk of the Privy Council to develop guidelines surrounding the reimbursement of travel by sitting Prime Ministers, their families and guests. Prior to our government taking office, no such policy even existed.
The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
This weekend, I'll be in Niagara Falls for a year-end hockey tournament with my Barrie Tuesday night hockey team. And unlike the Prime Minister and his champagne and caviar-loving highbrow friends, my beer league buddies don't have taxpayers paying for their booze. After this week's budget, not only did the tax on beer and alcohol go up, but future annual increases are now tied to inflation. This means that the tax on beer will increase every single year. Mr. Speaker, why are Liberals taxing my beer league buddies and our 117 Marine team to pay for the Prime Minister's jet-set lifestyle and private island vacations?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his question. Mr. Speaker, our government has committed to supporting the middle class and to work very hard to do so. Also, Mr. Speaker, in Budget 2016, we had clearly indicated that we were going to evaluate the tax system, and that's exactly what we did. We want to make sure that Canadians are getting their fair share, and we are going to continue to move forward.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals keep saying that they want to make this place work better. Well, I've got a great idea. How about when we ask a question, they actually give us an answer?
Exactly.
We've asked legitimate questions today, and nobody has given this side any answers. We've asked about their secret negotiations and payments to Beijing. We've asked about the PM's abuse for other taxpayers' money for his vacation. We've asked about his plan to permanently avoid accountability, his cuts to defense, his attack on the Alberta energy sector, his increases on taxes for every hardworking families. If he wants to make our democracy better, why doesn't the PM start answering questions and quit trying so hard to make his life easier while making
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Government House Leader is trying to assist all of us by providing a discussion paper that will allow for us, Mr. Speaker, to really make some modifications to outdated standing orders. I think that most people would recognize that there is a need for us to modernize the Canadian Parliament. I look forward to having more discussions over the coming days as we try to, as I believe at the end of the day, improve the working environment for all of us, Mr. Speaker, on both sides of the House.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with the release of Budget 2017, Canadians have seen the first ever gender statement on a budget. As government, we know that all Canadians are affected differently by the budgetary policies, and therefore how important it is to add a gender-based lens to these decisions. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Status of Women inform the House what this gender statement actually means for all Canadians? Thank you.
Before we go to the Parliamentary Secretary, I just want to remind the front benches that even though they're just talking across, it doesn't seem like a lot, but it makes it really hard to hear the answers coming out. So I just want to remind them. Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Status of Women.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member from Don Valley East for her question and for her tireless advocacy on gender equality. Budget 2017 is an historic first, not only for women, but for all Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Again, in the budget, we see $7 billion for childcare, a staggering $11 billion for affordable housing, as the Parliamentary Secretary has mentioned, $100 million for a gender-based violence strategy, better EI parental benefits, and, of course, EI caregiving benefits as well, Mr. Speaker, and so much more. I don't have time to list them all, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, when we make gender-informed...
The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When Canadian business people travel to the United States, their cell phone could be seized, searched, and by U.S. Customs officials. Their cell phone contained confidential client data. By handing over their cell phone, they are violating the confidentiality of their clients. Mr. Speaker, how can Canadian business people traveling to the U.S. ensure that their clients' data remains private? Thank you.
Yeah. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the rules governing entry into the United States are rules that are set and enforced by the United States. We as Canadian citizens have the right to expect that our treatment at the border will be professional, that it will be consistent, that it will be professional and respectful. And if there is a pattern of behavior that seems to be untoward or counterproductive, then we will pursue those cases. I would point out that 400,000 people cross back and forth across that border every day, almost always without incident.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le Fjord. Mr. Speaker, under our government, Canadian agriculture is both growing and strong. In our budget, we fund significant investment that will help agricultural and agri-food industries to better position themselves and become more and more competitive. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture explain how our budget will help Canada's agricultural sector to position itself as a strategic sector for economic growth for Canadians. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, our government is proud to recognize that agriculture and agri-food is one of the main drivers of Canada's economy. This budget will help the agricultural sector to develop its full potential and to be an even stronger driver by helping our exports to grow up to $75 billion a year by 2025. Furthermore, our investments in the agricultural sector in research and innovation, infrastructure, and clean technology will help farmers and processors to grow their businesses, create good jobs, and ensure economic growth for the long term. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Alberta's government told the Alberta Municipalities Association in 2016 they'd be receiving $300 million in infrastructure dollars from the federal government. It was a one-third share each, so $900 million on the table. Municipalities' budget engineered shovel-ready projects in anticipation of the funding for 2017. Then they found out in February the Alberta government had spent the promised $300 million. So, stale-dated project, engineering projects, municipal money wasted. Will the Liberals commit that next time they flow funding for infrastructure for municipalities, the amount flows directly to the municipalities?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure.
Working with our provincial and municipal partners in Alberta, we're improving transit, roads, bridges, and water systems for all Albertans. We've approved 127 projects with over $1.36 billion in federal funding for total project costs of $4.2 billion in combined funding. Since taking office, 70% of these projects are underway, Mr. Speaker. These projects include the Yellowhead Highway extension, the Southwest Calgary Ring Road, planning and design funding for the next phase of Calgary Green Line. There's much more, Mr. Speaker. I could go on about it. But let me be clear. This government is delivering for Albertans. It will continue to deliver for Albertans, and we're very proud of this budget. We'll continue.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. When it comes to training, Quebec has set up the best system on the continent, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, Ottawa just won't stop tripping us up. And the Minister of Finance has confirmed that his last budget is going to reopen all labour market agreements. Even worse, he wants to use discussions on pensions and health as a template, and we know that we were just shaken down. Will the Minister change his approach and confirm once and for all that he will fully respect Quebec's jurisdiction and uphold labour market agreements with Quebec?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Employment and Workforce.
Speaker, you know, the reality is that, yes, we enter into agreements with the province of Quebec, as we do with all provinces, and there's an amount agreed upon. What we understand from Quebec, for example, they stand alone with their student loan program. In the last budget, we just increased the student loans for loans and grants for the students of Quebec by $80 million that they were very pleased with. That went straight into the pockets of Quebec students. Mr. Speaker, this government will do what's best for not just the students of Quebec, but for the people of Quebec.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, cooperation between Quebec and Canada is at such high levels that Quebec's National Assembly unanimously condemned the last budget. In Quebec, Ottawa doesn't get involved in training and it's going well. Outside of Quebec, Ottawa's involved and it's going badly. It seems to me that it's not hard to see where the problem is. And yet, for 3 days, we've been asking a simple question, but there's no way to get an answer. Can the Minister, once and for all, confirm that the government will uphold its agreements with Quebec on workforce training, yes or no? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
We understand the importance of helping Canadians get the training they need so they can find and keep the good jobs that we're helping to create with this budget. But Budget 26 invested one-year funding of $125 million for labour market development agreements to support these skills training programs, and it will help Canadians succeed regardless of what province they're in. But as it relates to Quebec, yes, we have begun conversations with provinces, territories, and stakeholders, which of course includes Quebec, on ways to improve the labour market development agreement so we can target our future investments even more precisely so the people of Quebec, in fact, the people right across this country, the training, the jobs, and the support they need to join the middle class, and if they're working hard to get there.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, I call on the Minister of Immigration to stop the expulsion of young Jose Adrian Pinedo and his parents and to give them a 2-year residence permit. Without the minister's intervention, the health of young Jose Adrian, who has heart problems, would be in danger. This family has integrated in Quebec. His parents have jobs and they're at home here. Can the minister intervene to prevent this deportation, which is dangerous for the life of Jose Adrian and of his family? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to reassure the member across the way that the Government of Canada is reviewing this case. As the member full well knows, every case is subject to privacy laws, and we can't discuss cases that we are currently reviewing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Parliamentary Secretary of Infrastructure and Communities, who's wearing an awesome tie. Community leaders of the Kivalliq region of Nunavut and northern Manitoba comprise the Hudson Bay Regional Roundtable. They've been exploring the possibility of constructing an all-weather road complete with hydro and fiber optics infrastructure to supply their regions respectively. My question is, would the feasibility study for this project qualify for funding under any or all of the following: the National Trade Corridor Fund, the Arctic Energy Fund, and or the Connect to Innovate Fund? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, I would like to thank the member of Nunavut for his question and the advocacy he does for the people of his riding. He omitted to mention that both ties we're wearing today were made by the wonderful people in his riding. Our government in Budget 2017 recognized that rural and northern communities have distinct infrastructure needs. We will help address these unique pressures in these communities by investing $2 billion over 11 years. An additional $400 million will help address energy security in remote and northern communities, including Indigenous communities. We will work with the government of Nunavut as we finalize the details of these programs. Koyanamek Okakti.
And that's all for question period for today. C'est fini. C'est désolé.
That's it, I'm sorry.
Tabling of documents pursuant to Section 15.3 of the Conflict of Interest Code for members of the House of Commons. It is my duty to lay upon the table the list of all sponsored travel by members for the year 2016 with a supplement as provided by the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner. Do you want to wait a few seconds? Okay, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 6 petitions.
Introduction of government bills. The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs and Associate Minister of National Defence. Okay. Introduction and first reading of government bill. Mr. Hare, seconded by Ms. Duncan, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canadian Forces Members and Veterans Re-Establishment and Compensation Act, the Pension Act, and the Department of Veterans Affairs Act, and make consequential amendments to other acts. Cette motion est réputée adoptée.
The motion is deemed adopted.
Mr. Hare, seconded by Ms. Duncan of Etobicoke North, moves that the bill be now read a first time and will be printed. This motion is deemed adopted. When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Shut that off so we can talk. Mr. Morneau, seconded by Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North, moves for leave. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Goodale for Mr. Morneau, seconded by Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North, for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting a Payment to be Made Out of the Consolidated Revenue Fund to Support a Pan-Canadian Artificial Intelligence Strategy. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Goodale for Mr. Morneau, seconded by Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Very good. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 8th report of the Standing Committee on the Status of Women, entitled Main Estimates 2017-2018, Votes 1 and 5 under the Office of the Coordinator, Status of Women.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations, from committees. The Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 5th report of the Standing Committee on the Environment and Sustainable Development, entitled Taking Action Today, Establishing Protected Areas for Canada's Future. The committee is very pleased to be tabling our Protected Areas report after many months of testimony and discussion, and I want to thank all of those that took the time to inform the committee through testimony briefs and spending time during our trip. Those efforts have added significantly to the recommendations in the report. I also want to thank all the members of the committee for working cooperatively together to produce an unanimous report. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report.
Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de projet de loi intéressant.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion.
Motions.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
For Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to present this petition in the House. It's a petition about hospice palliative care. And hospice palliative care is an approach that improves the quality of life of patients and their families facing the problems associated with life-threatening illnesses. And so they call on the Government of Canada to specifically identify hospice palliative care as a defined medical service covered under the Canada Health Act, so that the provincial and territorial governments will be entitled to fund it under the Canada Health Transfer System, and will provide accessible and available hospice palliative care for all residents of Canada in their respective provinces and territories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, it is an honour to rise to submit a petition in relation to community television and media. Dozens of New Brunswickers have signed a petition which asks the government to enable community-operated media centres that would ensure the survival of community television. It also calls for the availability of local media in small towns and neighbourhoods that are not served by private or public media. The petitioners also call upon the government to ensure that Canadians have access to multimedia platforms, multimedia skill training, content distribution capacity in the digital economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Calgary Confederation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition in support of my private member's bill, Bill C-316. The bill asks that Canadians be able to register as organ donors through their annual tax returns. While 90% of Canadians support being an organ donor, only 25% are registered. And April, Mr. Speaker, is Be a Donor Month, which aims to raise awareness about organ and tissue donation. And ironically, April is also the deadline for filing taxes. So becoming an organ donor is the easiest way to save a life of a fellow human being. By raising awareness and making registering easier, we can save more lives. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. Move on to questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Question 837 and question 840. And furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if the government's responses to questions numbers question 838 and question 839 could be made orders for returns, these returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Very good. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, Commons, resuming debate at third reading on Bill C-22, an act to establish the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians. Resuming debate. We have how much time left? 7 minutes for the honourable member for Beauport-Île-d'Orléans. Questions and comments?
To the Government House Leader.
I don't want to disappoint the member across the way, Mr. Speaker, and I do have a question for her. The Conservative Party has been a little bit out of touch on this particular issue, and I'm curious to know, does the Conservative Party actually support the need for Canada having a parliamentary oversight committee? I understand that they've come up with a rationale that ultimately will see them voting against the legislation, but it's the principle of having a parliamentary oversight committee. I know Stephen Harper and the Conservative government did not support it, but has the Conservative Party in principle changed its position and recognized that Canada does need to have one?
L'honorable député de Beauport.
The honourable member for Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind my colleague that the current government is formed by the Liberal Party. And personally, I have nothing against this kind of parliamentary watchdog. What I do object to is that it becoming a puppet of the Prime Minister. That, in my view, is unacceptable. It should be all about public safety. So it should be arm's length. It should be independent. The Prime Minister and the Minister of Public Safety really shouldn't be pulling the strings and calling the shots for this committee. And if the current government doesn't change its ways, I will have no choice but to vote against this, because the committee would just become an extension of the Liberal Party. This is not a dictatorship here, and that's what I regret. The Prime Minister is trying to take over everything, is trying to be all-powerful. This committee should be arm's length. It should have parliamentarians on it, and they should have a certain amount of independence, a certain amount of expertise as well, some knowledge in the subject matter. There should be, the members should be really well informed on matters of public safety and defense, but the parliamentarians, the committee of parliamentarians should not be an extension of the Prime Minister. Enough of that. Thank you.
Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the 2015 election, the Conservatives' Bill C-51 was of major concern to the constituents in my riding of Kootenay, Columbia. There were rallies held across the riding, lots of concern expressed, particularly around the impact on personal privacy and the lack of parliamentary oversight. So it seems to me that this is kind of a very small Band-Aid being put on a very large wound. So my question for the member is, under Section 8 of the bill, this would let a cabinet minister halt an investigation into their own department for security reasons, but offers no way to test whether, in fact, they were merely covering up sloppy management or even a scandal. So in the member's view, is this adequate to ensure Canadians get the facts on the government's handling of security?
The honourable member for Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Yes, I think that it's imperative that I want this committee to be independent so that there is that kind of protection. It must be made up of people who are aware of the situation. These must be parliamentarians who have knowledge of public safety, national security. I'm our critic for official languages, sitting on a committee like the one we're talking about here. Well, I don't have any knowledge of that. I mean, I could learn, but I don't want this committee to become something, just a puppet of the Prime Minister's office. And where the Prime Minister would take away power from the members of this House. Not only does the Prime Minister want to have power over this committee, but he shouldn't. He's the Prime Minister of all Canadians. But he's not king and master here. And so together we should have an independent committee which will look at national security and not, well, we don't want a committee that's just a puppet of the Liberal Party. I will never accept that. We have time for a very brief question. The Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to congratulate my colleague from across the way for her incredible contributions to the Official Languages Committee. She does exceptional work there. Mr. Speaker, I think that we need to set a few things straight. We're talking about a committee of parliamentarians, and many countries already have this kind of oversight committee. It's a committee of parliamentarians made up of MPs, so I don't understand my colleagues' concerns. This is a committee that should exist. We should have had one in place for a long time now, and it's a committee that is going to provide oversight. It's made up of parliamentarians, so, Mr. Speaker, I have a hard time understanding my colleagues' concerns. In a minute or less, the Honourable Member for Beauport, Île-de-Beaupré, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I'm not against the committee. What I'm against is the fact that the Prime Minister will have the final word once again, and this should be an independent committee made up of parliamentarians who have a certain amount of knowledge. I understand, but what I'm afraid of is, just stop and imagine if it was Stephen Harper who would have had control over this committee, how you would have reacted, Liberals. You would have gone out in public, you would have ripped your hair out. But now, as speaking on behalf of the people of my riding, I am very worried because I've had enough of a Prime Minister who thinks that he's king of this castle. But no, it's not his castle. It doesn't belong to him. It belongs to all Canadians.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Victoria.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise to address Bill C-22 at third reading stage. Unfortunately, this is the final day of debate on an issue of national security that has divided the government from every opposition party. Government members have remarked on the extraordinary nature of the proposed committee. They note that it would end our laggard status among the so-called Five Eyes, that it would allow some parliamentarians extraordinary access to classified information, and that would enjoy a whole-of-government mandate. Well, Mr. Speaker, these claims are all true, but they're also the bare minimum requirements. They're simply the essential features of an oversight committee. But I hope government members are unsettled when they notice that every opposition party and respected experts from across the political spectrum are all pointing to the same flaws in the government's bill. I've spoken about these flaws in detail in the Public Safety Committee and in this chamber. My colleagues and I have consulted with nonpartisan experts to craft more than a dozen amendments to resolve them. Let me summarize these flaws as succinctly as I can for Canadians. This committee's job is to oversee the functioning and classified operations of every government agency linked to intelligence and national security.
This 11-member committee will face a multi-billion-dollar array of some 20 government departments and agencies, some of which have never yet been subject to any oversight. When these 11 members sit down together for the first time, all that they'll have to rely on is a dedicated staff, a limited budget, and the powers laid out in black and white in this bill. And that's where we begin to hit the roadblocks. Because despite their top-secret security clearances, this bill will bar those parliamentarians from accessing certain operational information. They'd find themselves unable to summon witnesses or order documents. Instead, they can only request information from cabinet ministers who are permitted to withhold it. And yet, while it clips the committee's wings at every turn, this bill bestows sweeping powers on Cabinet and on the Prime Minister. Ministers can shut down investigations. The Prime Minister can appoint every member of oversight committees and censor its reports. Canadians might well ask, well, with such little power for Parliament and so much power for the Cabinet, can this oversight body actually do its job? And it's precisely in that context that the government has now shut down debate after barely a tenth of Canadians' elected representatives have been permitted to participate. That is the context for today. But I want to focus on what I see as the essential question for each member now, and that is this. Are the powers granted by this bill sufficient to create the degree of rigorous operational oversight that Canadians expect in the era of Bill C-51 and the extraordinary powers now granted to our security services? That's the important question, Mr. Speaker, because the test for this committee is not whether it can monitor uncontroversial activities. The true test is whether it can stand up to a government that is violating the law in certain circumstances, failing to protect Canadians, or encroaching on their hard-earned rights and liberties. So let me be clear. I cannot support this bill in that context, in its current form, because I believe that it would fail that test, and it would fail Canadians at the very moment when they need it to be strong and independent and effective. It would fail the test because it chooses to sacrifice transparency for secrecy and favor executive authority over accountability. In the wake of an intelligence failure that cost thousands of innocent lives, the American 9/11 Commission report warned as follows: secrecy stifles oversight, and current organizational incentives encourage over-classification. This balance should change. So long as oversight is undermined, we believe the American people will not get the security they want and need. That's what this is all about, Mr. Speaker, giving Canadians not just empty assurances, but hard proof that their security is protected and their rights upheld. So does this bill meet that standard when it comes to operational oversight? Now, in arguing against strengthening the committee, the Public Safety Minister compared it to counterpart committees in the United Kingdom, Australia, and New Zealand. He correctly noted that each of these allies allows the government to withhold sensitive information from the Oversight Committee. But he left out an important fact, and that is that none of these are operational oversight committees. Canada's will be, and it will be only second amongst the Five Eyes. So how does its powers compare to those American congressional committees? What do they require for the same kind of job we're asking our committee to do? In the United States, special committees of the House and Senate are kept informed in real time of all intelligence operations. They can cut funding and even overrule the White House to order the release of previously classified information if it serves the national interest. This goes far beyond even what the opposition parties have proposed for Canada. Mr. Speaker, if we pass this bill without fixing it, we'll be giving the committee a mandate, but not the tools required to get the job done. and yet the government resists all calls by the opposition and nonpartisan experts to grant these tools to the Oversight Committee. And this gets to the central question, Mr. Speaker, of trust. To justify Cabinet's sweeping powers to obstruct oversight, the government has hidden behind a straw man, the one limit to which nobody has ever objected, and that is the safeguard to protect individuals in the Witness Protection Program. We heard all about that earlier today. One government member referred to the need to segregate especially sensitive information. With respect, this misses the point. Everything this committee works on is, by definition, especially sensitive. Nothing should leak, and I'm confident that nothing will leak, just as it hasn't in Britain in the 22 years that they've had a similar committee underway. So if the identities of protected witnesses were this committee's only blind spot, I'd welcome it. But alongside the others, it's begun to serve as a litmus test for the government's trust in this committee. I say that because there's no meaningful distinction between that information and anything else within the committee's unique mandate. All of it is potentially damaging to national security and individuals' safety. So it makes you wonder, if the government can't trust the committee with the names of witnesses, why would it hand over operational details? The answer, I fear, is that it won't. And if we pass the current bill, we will give the government the power to withhold that information at every turn. We would give the government the power to deny Canadians the operational oversight they were promised, and we would fatally undermine Canadians' faith in this new institution. Because if Cabinet doesn't trust the committee, why should Canadians? Of course, the government insists that it will use these powers sparingly and only with the best intentions. Their faith in their own good intentions, I believe, is sincere, but it blinds them to the actual wording of the bill. Take Section 21. Several amendments have targeted Cabinet's power to filter the flow of information from this committee to Canadians. No fewer than 6 government members have repeated the claim that the sole purpose, of that power is to screen out classified information. Again, if that were true, I'd support it, but it's simply not true. In fact, the relevant clause doesn't even use the word classified. In fact, it empowers the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, to censor any information he believes may be injurious to national security or defense, or even international relations. All he has to do is believe it, and it is so, and it's not available. A similar claim, repeated by 5 government members, is that this revision power can't be applied to the committee's findings. And again, I'd support that clause, but it's not in the bill. This has become a theme. Too often, government members assure us of the good intentions of this bill's authors and simply forget that legislation must be built to outlast the authors of that bill. We're making law not just for this regime, but for the future. This Prime Minister may not intend to use his powers to suppress embarrassing committee findings, but another one may. This Cabinet may not intend to use its power to quash investigations, to hide mismanagement or scandal, but another one may. This government may not intend to ban the official opposition from the committee or use appointments to control the agenda or hide illegal surveillance by withholding operational details on security grounds, but another government may. Consider, Mr. Speaker, for instance, the investigations taking place right now south of the border into President Trump's ties to Russia and his wiretapping claims. If Bill C-22 were the law there, President Trump could revise the reports of congressional intelligence oversight committees to remove information he felt could harm foreign relations. His cabinet could obstruct and even shut down investigations simply by asserting security privilege. That's why Canadians are demanding that this committee be built to a higher standard of strength and independence. So that when the time comes, it can stand as a genuine check on the executive overreach and end operations that violate Canadians' rights or mismanagement that undermines their security. As it stands, Mr. Speaker, it's simply not built to that standard. But I do want to recognize the progress that has been made and acknowledge the good work done by the members of the Public Safety Committee. Because of an amendment from the NDP, the new Oversight Committee now has a legal duty to alert the Attorney General to any potentially illegal activity within the entire national security apparatus. While future Prime Ministers will still be able to censor reports on broad grounds, Canadians can now see exactly how much text has been revised in a particular report and what reasons for the revision occurred. And while Cabinet Ministers unfortunately retain the power to withhold information and even shut down investigations, Canadians can now monitor the use of those powers each year. I want to personally recognize the hard work of every member of that Public Safety Committee. They showed that progress is possible when the government is willing to work with opposition parties. But before the government congratulates itself for accepting a handful of ideas from other parties, let's be clear about what it rejected. The plan we proposed gave the Oversight Committee full access to information and the power to summon witnesses and order documents. It offered freedom to investigate any issue without interference by Cabinet Ministers. It let the committee choose its own chairperson from amongst a membership that would actually match the partisan balance of the House. And it allowed the free flow of insights back and forth within the existing expert review bodies. Every last one of those proposals was rejected by this government. And so while progress was made at the margins, the government is now asking Parliament to approve an oversight committee with only partial access to the information it needs to do the job for Canadians. A committee that can only request information from Cabinet, not order it directly. A committee whose entire membership is selected by the Prime Minister, with no requirement that it even include members from the biggest opposition parties. This committee would not be out of place in Australia or New Zealand or France, where there's no expectation of operational oversight, but it is entirely inappropriate in Canada. So I cannot accept the design set by the government for two fundamental reasons. First, because it tilts the balance too far toward executive power at the expense of parliamentary accountability. And second, because it fails to meet the high standard of operational oversight that the Liberals made necessary when they joined with the Conservatives to dramatically expand security powers through Bill C-51. It's against these two standards that the government's attitude toward this bill is so very disappointing. The government has adopted an approach which is, well, something is better than nothing insofar as parliamentary oversight is concerned. We should just be happy we got a little bit. It suggests to me the belief that national security is the exclusive domain of the executive branch and that Parliament is somehow an ungrateful guest on the government's turf. That's dead wrong. Members will remember this question was addressed and answered by Speaker Milliken in 2010 when he ruled on the government's attempt to deny Parliament documents relating to the Afghan detainee affair. In denying Parliament's role as a watchdog for Canadians, the executive claimed that Parliament's general right of inquiry was limited by the executive's countervailing interest in protecting national security. Parliament, the government argued, was overreaching by demanding information on security matters and threatening the constitutional separation of powers. The parallels to our current debate are clear. So what was the outcome, Mr. Speaker? Well, after an exhaustive analysis, Speaker Milliken ruled that Parliament's right to access information, to do its job, to perform its duties is, and I quote, absolute. In fact, it was the executive that jeopardized the proper separation of powers by attempting to censor information provided to Parliament. The Canadians' elected representatives in Parliament must remain the ultimate watchdog in our system. That should be a point of unanimous agreement for everyone in this place. We all recognize, as Speaker Milliken did, that special safeguards must be put in place to allow Parliament to exercise that oversight role in sensitive domains like national security and intelligence. That is why New Democrats supported many safeguards to protect sensitive information. For example, we supported security vetting for every member. That was a step that was rejected by British Parliament. We agreed. Similarly, we think it is reasonable that members waive parliamentary immunity from prosecution should they leak information. We think that's entirely reasonable. That step, however, was rejected by another of our Five Eyes ally, namely New Zealand. These additional safeguards should be used to facilitate the greater flow of classified information required for operational oversight. But this bill turns those safeguards into shackles. It asks Parliament to accept that oversight cannot be exercised through a parliamentary committee, but only through an adjunct to the executive, to the Prime Minister's office. It asks Parliament to grant the executive veto power over its access to information, against the advice of experts and the Speaker's analysis of parliamentary procedure as well. And it asks Parliament to legislate limits on its own authority to investigate how well the government of the day serves the security interests of Canadians and defends their civil liberties. Because we believe in upholding Parliament's place as the final watchdog, and because we cannot accept inadequate operational oversight of the powers that Liberals and Conservatives granted to our security agencies in C-51 over the protest of so many Canadians, the New Democratic Party cannot support Bill C-22 as it stands. But, Mr. Speaker, we have everything we need to fix this bill. We have consensus amongst the opposition parties. We have the willingness to work together to compromise. We have all the tools we need. We just need the time. So I'm asking all members to do what the members of this committee will soon be asked to do, and that is to set partisanship aside and consider whether this bill, with all the flaws agreed upon by so many security experts, meets the standards of operational oversight that Canadians rightfully demand in the context of Bill C-51. And if you have any doubt that it might fail to meet that test for Canadians, I would ask you to support the following motion. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word "that" and substituting the following: Bill C-22, an act to establish the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians and to make consequential amendments to certain acts, be not now read a third time, but rather be referred back to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security for the purpose of reconsidering clauses 8, 14, and 16, with a view to assessing whether the investigatory powers and limits defined in those clauses allow for sufficiently robust oversight of ongoing intelligence and national security activities. With that, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The amendment is in order. Sorry. Very good. Moved by Mr. Rankin, seconded by Mr. Garrison, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word "that" and substituting the following: Bill C-22, an act to establish the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians and to make consequential amendments to certain acts, be not now read a third time, but be referred back to Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security for the purpose of reconsidering Clause 8, 14, and 16 with a view to assessing whether the investigatory powers and limits defined in these clauses allow for sufficiently robust oversight of ongoing intelligence and national security activities. Everything seems to be in order. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the comments, and I'll provide a direct question related to one of the comments made by the member in just a moment. But I did want to express, I guess, a little bit of disappointment in the sense that I believe that C-22 is a piece of legislation that has received a great deal of accolades, even in its current form. Before it went to committee, we had experts that were saying that this is good, solid, sound legislation. And then what we saw is once it went to committee, there were a number of amendments that were ultimately made there that were even accepted by the government as a whole, making the legislation even that much stronger. Not all amendments were accepted, and I think that should be no surprise, but that is, in fact, what had taken place. We have very robust legislation. I would take our legislation and compare it to other jurisdictions. But the specific question I have is related to some comments that the member actually expressed during his discussion. And if I may, because I want to make sure that I try to get as close as I can to interpreting what the member it is that he said. During his speech, the member stated something to the effect of that the committee should have operational control of police and intelligence agencies. Does the member across the way truly think that the power to direct security and intelligence operations is a good idea? That's how I interpreted what the member had said.
Member for Victoria.
Well, I thank the honourable member across the way for that question. How he would have concluded that, I have no idea. To suggest that a committee of parliament should have operational control over police or intelligence is admittedly absurd, and if I confused the member, I apologize for doing so. What I have been saying is that any oversight committee that is supposed to be looking at operational activities of police, national security and intelligence services needs the tools to do its job. Then he said earlier, Mr. Speaker, that somehow experts thought this was just fine. What happened? In January of this year, 4 experts, the leading experts, wrote in the Globe and Mail an article congratulating the Public Safety Committee for the report that it produced, saying they got it right. And then, of course, we, as New Democrats, did a press conference confirming that we supported the bill as it read. Then, when we were away a week or so ago, the government comes in with the last moment with a bunch of amendments that basically gutted this bill. It's so disappointing, Mr. Speaker. It's disappointing to Canadians who thought we could get it right. We could hold hands around that with that committee report and finally say, yes, we've got it right. We have access to the information we need. We can summon people, and the level of scrutiny we need to do the job will be available. This government decided we shouldn't have those tools. That's why all opposition members, as I understand it, are not going to support this bill, which is bad for Canada.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for an excellent speech. Now, as far as I can see, the Prime Minister already has control over all the essential departments, and I don't see anything in the debate or in this bill that really provides the kind of independent oversight that people need. But I think the government is trying to make it look like there's real oversight, even though they've refused all the amendments that would have fixed the bill. And so that seems to be misleading to Canadians, and I wondered if the member could say whether or not he agrees that Canadians will be misled.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank my friend and colleague from Sarnia-Lambton for her question. Whether Canadians will be misled or not, the facts are the facts. The facts are we are not giving this committee the tools that it needs to do operational oversight. And I don't know what the intentions of the government, they're putting a happy face on what they're doing today, seeming to ignore the fact that everybody else in this place but the government doesn't agree with them. Today's Toronto Star has an article by Paul Copeland, probably one of Canada's leading experts in national security law, appointed by the honourable member for Niagara Falls when he was Attorney General to be a special advocate. And he writes about the report that was in place by the Public Safety Committee and talks about the proposals of the government that are at debate today, removing the Oversight Committee power to subpoena witnesses and documents, allowing cabinet ministers to withhold information from the oversight, and stopping the committee from receiving information about all active law enforcement investigations all of the time. The experts, including Ron Atke, Craig Forsees, Kent Roach, Wes Wark, have all agreed that the committee got it right. Then at the 11th hour, the government brings in this bill, imposes time allocation on this place, and expects us to be happy with what they've achieved. This is too important to turn into a partisan football between opposition and government. This is a National Security Oversight Committee for this country, and that's why this is so bitterly disappointing, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Elwood Transcoda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We've heard time and again from this government that they want to respect the role of committees, that they want to respect the work of their backbenchers and opposition MPs. And when it comes to this piece of legislation, they're not doing that. There was a good working relationship at committee that came up with good amendments for what ultimately really needs to be a non-partisan venture. On a parallel track, the government is saying that they want to have a discussion about the standing orders of the House, that we should just trust them to engage in good faith discussions and not to ram things through, but to operate on a sunny model for how to come to making laws better here in Parliament. Does the behavior of the government with respect to C2 not give members of this place cause to worry that perhaps they're not acting in good faith when they say they just want to have a simple discussion about the standing orders of the House?
The honourable member for Victoria.
Well, I thank my honourable friend and colleague from Winnipeg for connecting the dots between what's happening here with Bill C-22 and what's happening all this week, as Canadians have observed, as the government decides to change the rules of democracy in this place on its own, calling it a discussion paper, putting a happy face on it, using words like modernization, as if somehow Canadians will miss the fact that they're changing without the support of other parties. And, Mr. Speaker, I never thought we would be here. I honestly did not think we would be here on C-22. I cannot believe that a compromise that was achieved in a committee to say yes to this would somehow be now the subject of 11th hour changes that take away the ability for us to agree to this. I was so hopeful that we could get this together as Canadians and put a committee together that would be security cleared in a nonpartisan way, review classified information and other information, and get to the bottom of operational activities, some of agencies for which have never had any oversight whatsoever. And yet here we are. Here we are, Mr. Speaker, and that is why we're so disappointed.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Salaberry-sur-Roi.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Quick question. Yes, I would like to thank my colleague for his passionate speech, which really concentrates on the facts. How does my colleague react when he's told that this is a bill that is there to allow members to make decisions and to improve safety, or rather security? The only speaker for the NDP was him, even though my colleague from Victoria is excellent. It's not very democratic, and this is the only time that we're going to have. When it comes to security, the last-minute proposals of the government on C-22 were to withdraw the committee's power to subpoena and to demand documents, which had been recommended by Kent Roach, Craig Forsees, and the first president of other organizations. There was the proposal to disclose intelligence. There's at least 3 other situations that are unacceptable, and it's withdrawing powers from the committee. How does my colleague react to that? When it comes to increasing oversight of, does this increase the ability to survey security organizations, or does it undermine it?
Well, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much to my colleague for her excellent question. I think she put a finger on something that is that maybe hasn't been said enough about in this. It's not so much that the operational oversight would be solely about making sure that, if you will, the agency stayed within the rules, and therefore Canadian safety civil liberties were protected, but she also pointed out that it's also about improving safety. Because if the committee has the tools to do the job, it might find mismanagement of certain agencies that we could do better in protecting the safety of Canadians. That's one of the reasons why the idea of having a parliamentary committee was put in place. So just as Parliament oversees the executive generally, we have a specific focal point within Parliament to get the job done. And so she also pointed out something which this government seems, for reasons that absolutely escape me, not to want to do, which is to give the committee the power that every standing committee has, which is namely to subpoena information and get people to come with the evidence they need for the committee to do its job. They don't even want to do that, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll be splitting my time with the honourable member from Etobicoke Centre. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to stand in the House today in support of Bill C-22, an act to establish the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians, otherwise known as NSICOP. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-22 fulfills the commitment made by our government to Canadians that it will bring forward legislations to create the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians, once again, otherwise known as NSICOP. Throughout this speech, I will highlight 3 key points that outline the importance of the creation of NSICOP, namely, first, strengthening the accountability and transparency of our government. Second, providing a comprehensive and reactive security framework through a wide-ranging mandate. And third, having externally access to classified information in order to closely examine intelligence and security operations. Bill C-22 is an essential component in the Government of Canada's effort to ensure our country's national security is not beyond parliamentary oversight, while simultaneously respecting the rights and freedom of Canadians. This, I believe, is one of the most important fundamental duties of our government that can be performed. Mr. Speaker, many Western democracies, including our Five Eyes allies, the United States, United Kingdom, Australia and New Zealand, have parliamentary oversight bodies on national security similar to what's being proposed in this bill. Just like those parliamentary bodies, Bill C-22 permits an examination of the national security work of federal departments and agencies and holds them accountable as concerns their actions and responsibilities. Canada currently has several oversight bodies that examine the activities of the government organizations and agencies involved in the national security operation. While each party does important work, they are organizational specific and don't engage parliamentarians directly in their reviews. The creation of NSICOP would strengthen transparency, accountability, ensure the possibility for government-wide reviews, and warrant greater effectiveness and efficiency throughout the larger review framework. In addition, it will allow for the complete independence of a parliamentary body in the reviewing matters while not impeding on national security. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to point out that our government remains committed to addressing the problematic features and concerns of Canadians surrounding Bill C-51. This bill was introduced by the former government and presented new legislation that better balances our collective security with our rights and freedom. Bill C-22 is one step toward addressing that gap. The first key message that highlights the importance of creation of this committee is that it will fulfill the accountability gap that has been outlined for more than 10 years by private sector experts, Commission of Inquiry, and the Auditor General regarding the lack of an independent parliamentary body to scrutinize security and intelligence operations. To give the committee the time and opportunity to learn the serious task it's undertaking and to get to know and understand the security and intelligence context on both a national and international level, our government has built an automatic review of NSICOP after 5 years to ensure it can accurately instill all the lessons it has learned in a timely and appropriate manner. This, Mr. Speaker, shows that our government understands the ever-evolving nature of the security threats and shows that we are remaining vigilant, responsive, and accountable to our security framework. Mr. Speaker, the government put forward the bill. The bill was studied in a committee. Amendments were proposed. The government, after careful consideration, has agreed to accept the majority of what the Standing Committee has requested. One of these amendments is to add a whistleblower clause in Clause 31 of the bill, which requires the committee to inform the appropriate minister as well as the Attorney General if it uncovers any activity that may not be in compliance with the law. I believe that this amendment adds to C-22 already strong legislation, as it ensures Canadians that we are remaining vigilant to further enhance our capacity to keep Canadians safe through increased responsibility and accountability. Second, the committee itself would have a broad government-wide mandate to scrutinize any national security matter. The committee would also have the power to perform review on national security and intelligence activities, including ongoing operations, and the ability to conduct strategic and systematic review of legislative, regulatory, policy, expenditure, and administrative frameworks under which such activities are conducted. Additionally, the committee would conduct reviews of matters specifically referred to it by a minister. Given its broad mandate to review any operation, including ongoing ones, the minister would have the authority to stop a review if deemed to be detrimental to national security. It's important to note that the minister would have discretionary authority to withhold special operation information on a case-by-case basis, should it also be believed that the disclosure would be injurious to national security. Mr. Speaker, while these ministerial powers are within reason, I want to stress the ministers would not be able to withhold just any information. They're only permitted to do so in special and specific circumstances involving legally defined categories involving the most sensitive national security information, where disclosure would have harmful national security implications for Canada. Our government has recently agreed to adopt the amendment put forth by Public Safety Committee regarding the narrowing of the minister's authority to determine that the study of a committee is injurious to national security, which applies only to ongoing operations. The minister would have to explain that decision to the committee and would need to alert the committee as soon as the decision changes or as soon as the operation is no longer ongoing. Third, our government is also supporting amendments to Clause 14, which is the section that lists the type of information to which NSI-COP would not have access to. This amendment expands the level of access to different types of information available to the committee. We have removed from this exclusion list information about ongoing defense intelligence activities supporting military operation, privileged information under the Investment Canada Act, and information collected by Financial Transaction and Report Analysis Centre of Canada. I believe the bill is stronger as a result, and I thank the members of the Public Safety Committee for suggesting these amendments. The committee will also decide on which national security and intelligence matter it will review. Additionally, the government may also refer matters for discussion at the committee. Mr. Speaker, the government is committed to protecting Canadians from national security threats. Bill C-22 will ensure that our national security framework will be working effectively to keep Canadians safe while not overriding the Charter of Rights and Freedom. Such accountability mechanism is crucial to Canada, and it represents what Canadians ask for, and that is exactly what our government is delivering. Canada is taking a step forward so that Canadians can see real and positive results on the serious issue of national security. Bill C-22 will provide parliamentarians with extraordinary access to classified information and bring Canada in line with similar parliamentary oversight bodies that are already in place in countries of our national security allies. Bill C-22 represents a promise made and a promise kept. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good job. Questions and comments? The honourable member for, I'm drawing a blank here, Sarnia Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for his speech. But I'm puzzled by one of the statements that he made where he said that the Bill C-22 had gone to committee and that the majority of the amendments had been adopted, which is exactly the opposite of what the member from Victoria just said when he said that the committee had come together, that amendments had been proposed and accepted by all committee members, but then at the 11th hour, the bill had been gutted and all those things had been taken away such that the opposition couldn't support. So could the member explain, please, why there's such a difference in those stories?
Member for Richmond Hill.
I thank the honourable member across for her question. The most important thing about the bill is that it provides us with a closure to a gap that existed. That gap existed because of what was the previous government proposed through the Bill C-51. Now, what the committee and what the government through the committee will be able to accomplish is providing that balance between the security as well as the rights and the Charter of Rights and Freedom. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Salaberry-Sur-Loire. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to know how the member opposite feels about C-22, how transparent it is. How does it call for increased accountability, since the last-minute changes made by the government would remove the power of the committee to compel witnesses, and it also weakens the requirement for ministers to provide information, and it gives the Prime Minister the power to censor the committee's reports. It gives the Prime Minister the leeway to require the committee to redraft its reports without requiring that the final report specify which passages were censored, were redacted, and so on, and to what extent. So how can the Liberals claim that this is about transparency and accountability when they add this type of amendment that basically strips the committee of all its effectiveness? Now, a member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her question. Let me take a step back and really try to position what this bill is all about. And I would like to remind the honourable member and all the colleagues that the mandate given to the committee under Clause 8 of the NSI COP is to review the legislative, regulatory, policy, administrative, and financial framework for national security and intelligence. 1. 2. Any activity carried out by a department that relates to national security or intelligence, unless the activity is an ongoing operation, and that the appropriate minister determines that the review would be injurious to national security, and 3rd, any matter relating to national security or intelligence act that the Minister of Crown refers to the committee. These are what the focus of the committee is, and I think that's the right focus. Thank you.
We have time for a very brief question. The honourable member for Mississauga, Aaron Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague very much for his speech that addressed the good work that was done by the committee and the amendments that came forward. My colleague mentioned that Canada's strongest allies all have some form of civilian oversight for their intelligence networks. Indeed, from a democratic perspective, or charter rights perspective, and on the basis of the rule of law itself, Canadians must be assured that their rights are being respected. Therefore, does the member believe that it is imperative that there be a parliamentary committee created and tasked with ensuring that the rights of Canadians are protected in the operation and activities of Canada's security and intelligence entities? Thank you.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague and congratulate her on her recent success in the motion that she put forward. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say that our government, after hearing the voices of individuals and experts from coast to coast, I truly believe that the creation of a parliamentary oversight committee for security of for scrutiny of national security and intelligence operation will significantly strengthen the transparency and accountability of our government, while ensuring that our national security framework keeps us safe while protecting our rights and freedom. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Etobicoke Centre. I want to remind the honourable member that we only have about 5 minutes left, so he may have to condense or cut his speech short.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak at the third reading of Bill C-22, which will create a committee of parliamentarians overseeing Canada's security bodies. In Canada, our security apparatus and oversight must be constructed in ways that protects our freedoms and our rights. Our Canada strong and free is the best country on the planet, and these are mutually reinforcing qualities that make our country. Yet the recent terror attacks in Quebec, in Strathroy, and indeed here on Parliament Hill in 2014 remind us that no country is immune to actions by those who would seek to challenge that freedom and security. And while our strong global relationships, solid crisis response plans, and interconnected law enforcement networks are among the world's finest, which meet rapidly changing global threats, we must guarantee independent parliamentary oversight to stand on guard of Canadians' individual rights and freedoms. Canada is behind our international allies in this regard, and has been so for far too long. Bill C-22 will help us to catch up. It will help better inform the public on crucial national security issues, and it will eliminate a weak link in the national security chain of accountability. In fact, the version of this bill introduced last June would already have put us far ahead of many other countries in terms of parliamentary oversight of national security. With the amendments adopted by the House earlier this week, Canada is poised to become a world leader in the area of national security accountability. It is worth remembering the history that accompanies the inception of this new committee of parliamentarians and the spirit of debate that has brought us to this point in its creation. We've certainly come a long way. 30 years ago, the Macdonald Commission proposed an independent security review committee, in part as a result of public demands to make sure mechanisms were in place to enforce the enforcers. There is widespread and growing concern that law enforcement operations carried out in secret but left unchecked could result in above-the-law mentality and illegal activities by our paramilitary policing and security agencies. Neither did the public want any parliamentary or government body with powers too broadly defined. Fast forward to 2005, only a few years after the tragedy of 9/11. An uncertain and changing environment meant growing demands for increased protection and stronger security measures. Prime Minister Paul Martin's government introduced legislation to create a parliamentary committee on national security and intelligence, reflecting renewed public demand for stronger oversight. That bill, as we know, died on the order paper. In the last decade, the public and parliamentary debate in this area has intensified, and the issue of how to protect our security and our rights has become a major point of interest and now a driver of public policy. In recent years, we've discussed and debated stronger accountability for national security and intelligence agencies following internal judicial inquiries and following the events surrounding the Maher Arar case. Various bills have come and gone, including one introduced by the member for Vancouver Quadra that was rejected by the Conservative government of the day mere months before Bill C-51 was introduced.
I'd like to thank the honourable member. Unfortunately, we'll have to cut it short there. Comme il est 13h15,
it being 1:15, pursuant to order adopted on Monday, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put the question forthwith. All questions necessary to dispose of Bill C-22. The question is as follows.
Question is as follows. Ms. Shager, seconded by Ms. McKenna, moved that Bill C-22, an act to establish a National Security and Intelligence Committee of parliamentarians and to make consequential amendments to certain acts, be now read a third time and do pass. Recommittal of a bill. Mr. Rankin, seconded by Mr. Garrison, move the following amendments: that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that, and substituting the following. Bill C-22, an act to establish the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians and to make consequential amendments to certain acts, be now read a third time but be referred back to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security for the purpose of reconsidering clauses 8, 14, and 16 with a view to assessing whether the investigatory powers and limits defined in these clauses allow for sufficiently robust oversight on ongoing intelligence and national security activities. The question is on the amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment? Yes. All those in favour, please say yea. Yay. All those opposed, please say nay. No. Having a hard time determining. I think the yeas had it. Okay. Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the Record Division stands deferred until Monday, April 3rd, 2017, at the ordinary hour of daily adjournment. It being now, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you'd find it the will to call it 1:30 at this time, so we could get on to private members' business.
Okay. Do we have unanimous consent?
Yes. Why not?
We don't have unanimous consent.
Oh,
the Honourable Member for Victoria.
Unanimous consent for the following motion, if I'm at liberty to move it now. That notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Temiskaming may provide written notice to the Clerk of the House of her desire to seek leave to introduce a bill standing in her name on the order paper, and to designate another member to move the appropriate motion on her behalf. The designated member may move the motions for the introduction and first reading of the bill, provided that A, the designated member is eligible to participate in private members' business pursuant to Standing Order 87, B, the notice is received not less than one sitting day prior to the introduction of the bill, and C, the order for second reading of the bill shall stand in the name of the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the Honourable Member have unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Yes. Agreed. The House has now heard terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. Carried. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Now I suspect if you canvass the House, there would be a will to call it 1:30, Mr. Speaker.
Do I have the agreement of the House? Good. We have unanimous. Good. Comme il est une...
It being 1:30, the House will now proceed to private members' business according to today's order paper. Private members' business, resuming debate of motion M100, role of cooperatives, in the name of Ms. Mendez.
Now the Government House Leader. Resuming debate, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Whoops. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Co-ops are something that is really important, I believe, to Canadians as a whole. And I have had the opportunity to address the House previously on this issue, and what I have found is that over the years, even it predates my first election back in 1988, the fact that we have co-ops that play such a critical role in the development of our economy. And let me give a specific example. My first experience in co-ops goes in the I guess it would be the mid-'80s, when we were trying to identify within our community of Weston, which is in the north end, some would argue the west end of Winnipeg, and what we wanted to do was to bring life back to the community. And one of the things that we looked at doing was the concept of a housing co-op. And where we started off on something as simple as revitalizing a community, which isn't as simple as one might think, but for all intents and purposes, for the argument, I'll say a wonderful policy that could truly make a difference. One of the things that we recognize that co-ops and cooperatives do have a role to play in the grassroots of our community, not only in large communities, in different sectors, whether it's financial, housing, agriculture. We have co-ops throughout, Mr. Speaker, but here we identified that one of the ways in which we could advance this particular community of Weston was to incorporate a housing co-op. It was truly amazing in terms of the numbers of units that we were able to establish. And what you'll find that if you talk to people that have lived in co-ops for any length of time, that you'll find that there's a different attitude towards co-ops. One of being a resident as opposed to being a tenant. And I've had the good fortune over the years to represent different forms of co-ops. I could continue on in regards to the housing where in Winnipeg North you will find the oldest housing co-op in Canada. Arguably, I'm not 100% sure of this, Mr. Speaker, but arguably it could even be North America, the Willow Park East Housing Co-op, which has been around for decades now. And I'd like to applaud just the amount of effort and tremendous goodwill in the development of that particular co-op, which has become a community from within itself, Mr. Speaker, in the Shaughnessy Park area. A wonderful place to live. I live on Pritchard Avenue, just a few blocks away from the co-op. We have also within Winnipeg North well over a dozen co-ops, and as I say, they range. I can think of the Arctic Co-op, which is on Inkster, which provides all sorts of goods and services up into rural northern communities, as far in going and reaching into the territories, Canada's territories, to what we have the Red River Co-op as an insurance company, to cooperatives that provide banking services or financial services, Mr. Speaker. In fact, one of the more active co-ops where there's been some expansion in recent years is in the area of groceries and supplying groceries. When we've had other stores closing down, we have had co-ops establishing grocery stores in the city of Winnipeg. I know that one of the busiest gas stations in Winnipeg North is likely the Red River Co-op gas station, which is located right on Keewatin and Kinver. And you'll find that it's very, very well attended in terms of just consumers, Mr. Speaker, purchasing gas. So whether it's housing, financial needs, groceries, and the many benefits that our rural communities, and I really want to emphasize, because, I'd like to think that we should even start talking more and more about rural Canada. But one of the strong economic factors that's in rural Canada is, in fact, our co-ops. Many of our smaller communities have co-ops that have been developed, and they play a vital role in terms of providing all forms of services. So, I stand up in support of Motion 100, recognizing the need for the House to have an ongoing discussion and dialogue. I truly believe at the end of the day, if people genuinely understood the advantages, both economic and social advantages to co-ops, that we would probably be seeing more co-ops being established, Mr. Speaker, because it is a great way to cultivate the economy, to be able to see our communities develop. As I say, I could have made reference to our United Housing Co-op, which is located in Meadows West, or I could have talked about the Seven Oaks Housing Co-op, which is located in the Maples, or the MAPS Co-op, which is located more in the traditional North End, not to mention the many other nonprofits that provide so many forms of shelter to financial needs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to share a few words.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it gives me great pleasure to stand up today and speak about the motion put forward here, outlining that the government has to look into how co-ops have been developed and how they're developing, and set some goals for developing co-ops over the future. Mr. Speaker, in my community of Nerlandia, Alberta, we've had a co-op there for 95 years. It has started out as purely a grocery store, and it has grown to be a $50 million a year business now, today, selling everything from fertilizer to groceries to, it has a liquor store, a lumber yard, a hardware store. They sell seed, they sell fertilizer, they sell grain augers, they sell grain bins, all these kinds of things. So it's a very large part of our community. In fact, it is the only commercial interest in the town center of our community. We have a restaurant as part of the co-op as well, and it has been a source of pride for our community and a great source of employment as well. I have several family members that work there. I have my uncle Jan. He works in the hardware department there, as well as several cousins that work there as well. And I know that without the co-op, there wouldn't just be, it would be a significantly different community, just as you would arrive. So when you drive into Nerlandia, you are struck by the sheer size of our co-op. The hamlet of Nerlandia, the community that I claim that I'm from, is 30 houses. It's not a very large community. There's 2 large churches there, and then our co-op. And it's probably the first thing you notice as you drive down the highway. I'm from Alberta, Mr. Speaker. It's a reasonably flat place, and so for a long distance you can see a church steeple, and you can see the elevator leg that is on the side of the fertilizer building from the co-op. You can also see the red lights of the giant co-op sign on the front of the co-op. You can see that for probably 10 miles before you arrive in Nerlandia. So it is the identifying feature of our community, no doubt, is our co-op. The co-op, like I said, Mr. Speaker, is 95 years old, and my ancestors who came from the Netherlands at that time, they were dirt poor, and so they were 150 kilometers from Edmonton, 25 miles from town, and so it was just always laborsome to go get basic supplies. And so they thought, well, rather than compete against each other for the very basic things that we need, feed for our animals, groceries, some basic clothing, some farm equipment, rather than compete against each other, why don't we get together and build a co-op so that we have the buying power so that we can bring this stuff in. And so they hired an employee and they built a small shop, and that's how it started in 1922. From there, we've got to where we are today. But I think that it takes some vision from my ancestors at that point to bring that to fruition. And so I'm proud to say that I am a member of the co-op. In my community, not being a member of the co-op, if you are not a member of the co-op, people take your temperature. They say, well, what's wrong? There must be something wrong with you. Why aren't you participating in our co-op here? You get dividends, after all, at the end of the year, Mr. Speaker. It's a great way to give in, to participate in your community, but you also get back at the end of the year some dividends from it as well. In addition, there's also part of our co-op is that you gain equity in the co-op, and when you turn 65, they pay out your equity. And for a small fry like me, that probably won't amount to $25,000. It'll probably be less than that. But for some farmers who spend nearly $1 million every year at the co-op, that may end up being a nice check when they stand up to retire. Might be a nice check for their retirement. And so we're all participating in this venture, and it's been very successful to this point. The same community that started that initiative also started a funeral initiative back when I think one of the first deaths that happened in our community, they said, well, we need a graveyard, and so they took a plot of land and they made it into a graveyard, and they said, well, how are we going to manage the graveyard? And what they put in place was a co-op. The Funeral Society of Neerlandia is what it's called. And you're a member of that co-op, and being a member of that co-op gives you the privilege of paying for the upkeep on the graveyard. But it also, what ends up happening is all the members of the co-op, when there is a death of one of the members of the co-op, is the costs of the funeral expenses and the costs of the plot and those kinds of things are shared among all the members. And so if there's a death within the members, I think it costs about $110 for all the members, so to speak. And believe me, Mr. Speaker, we are continuing to sign up more people all the time so that our membership doesn't continue to dwindle, as you could imagine would be the case. But we have a very thriving community. It's a very young place. In fact, the Alberta government just built a brand new school there to accommodate the growth in our community, because we outgrew our old school, and so they said, well, we need a new school in your area. And so they after the recent census there, they said, wow, look at the population growth in this area is going to demand a new school, and so they've built a new school there. So the co-op is very much one of the pillars of our community. So I'd like to take a moment here, Mr. Speaker, and just recognize some of the guys that work very hard in our community, keeping the large commercial interests in our community that's called the co-op running. And so Mr. Richard Cricky, he is the president of our co-op there in Neerlandia, and I've met him on several occasions. Mr. Bruce Wieringa, I know him as well. He is one of our board members there. I rode the school bus with his kids and these kinds of things, went to church with him. Mr. Wayne Visser as well. Yeah, Wayne has done an incredible amount of work in our community, and these guys are also supporters of mine, and to which I'm truly grateful. Mr. Wes Naniga, I know him well. He's a great advocate for our community, and he works very hard keeping the co-op operating. They've shown some immense vision in taking the co-op in new directions. With the new card lock, I know my member from Prince George knows very much about co-op card locks, as the entire northern BC is covered by co-op card locks. And so I know that our own community, our own co-op, we're branching out into other communities with the co-op card lock for sure. And I know that Wes Nanning has been working hard on that as well. Seth Oltius, I think I even rode the school bus with Seth Oltius back in the day. He's another one of our board members, and they work hard all the time, making sure that our co-op continues to flourish, and I'd like to recognize him here today as well. Mr. Jim Greiluck, for sure, drive by his place all the time. I wave when I go by. That's another very much a feature of our community, is that if you don't wave when you pass somebody on the highway, you will get a phone call fairly quickly, like, hey, what's wrong? What did I do? You didn't wave to me on the highway. That's the way it is in small town Alberta, I'll tell you, for sure. So, and Mr. Craig Teamster. Mr. Craig Teamster is actually my neighbor. He farms the land all around my house, and so he's done amazing work. He's been the past president of the co-op as well, and so I just like to thank these guys for their work in my local co-op. And I know that they'll be very very appreciative of this this motion that recognizes the strong work that co-ops do in our communities all across the country. There's no doubt about that. So, Mr. Speaker, I see that you're giving me the 1 minute signal already. That really sucks, I'll tell you, because I have a lot of other co-op things that I would like to talk about. I will just address one more. In my riding, I have 6 Hutterite communities, and these are cooperative communities. I had the privilege of touring a couple of them last week with my colleague from Lac-Mégantic the other day, and these are thriving communities that are economic powerhouses in our region. They own thousands and thousands of acres of land. They're buying the latest equipment to farm this land, and they're really an icon on our landscape. For sure. So with that, I wanted to talk about REAs, the Rural Electrifications Associations that we have up in northern Alberta, but it looks like you're going to take away my time. I would say One more thing is that the co-op, the co-op brand has a big refinery in Alberta and Saskatchewan, and I know that they do a great work there as well. So thank you very much for the time, Mr. Speaker, and let's support.
L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very happy to rise today in the House to speak to this motion, which proposes that the government should recognize the important role cooperatives play in the economy and ensure that they continue to thrive. Cooperatives are an economic powerhouse in our regions. Cooperatives have enormously contributed to the economy in the past, and they will continue to make a great contribution in the future. A federal strategy is important to strengthen the place that the role that co-ops play while encouraging their creation and hoping they stay for the long term. The cooperative movement has been an incubator for entrepreneurship in Montérégie, and that in many areas. In my riding, there are many excellent co-ops that offer essential services, and their goal is always to offer the best service and the best products at all times. In my experience, in my personal experience, you know, I come from a village where there's an electric co-op, the Coopérative Électrique de Saint-Jean-Baptiste, and when I went to school in Cégep, I became president of the Cégep Student Co-op, and my signature today comes from that time because I remember one night I had to sign 1,000 membership cards in one night before school came back, and I developed the signature that I still use today. When I entered the labor market, I became the founding president of a housing co-op where I lived for a number of years. I was also vice president of a food co-op, and I am still a member of the funeral co-op of Saint-Hyacinthe, and I hope that I will still be a member for a very long time. In my riding of Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot, co-ops play a major role in ensuring that our area remains dynamic, and they're a source of great pride. Let me give you a few examples. First, a very important co-op in the agri-food and agriculture sector, the Co-op Fédéré. And this co-op deals both in agriculture and in innovation and stores. For example, in a Sonic store, they provide gas, or if you go to a BMR store, they're involved in that. Or if you buy Olymel meat products, that's encouraging a co-op, and we're very proud that Olymel's headquarters are in Saint-Hyacinthe. This is a co-op whose reputation is known across the country. There's now 100 co-ops that are affiliated, and they have over 108,000 members. There's also the Comax co-op that works in my riding. The Comax co-op is born of the merger of 7 co-ops from the region: La Présentation, Saint-Barnabé-Sud, Saint-Nazaire, Saint-Denis-sur-Richelieu, Saint-Anne-sur-Richelieu, Verchères, and Sainte-Rosalie. So those 7 merged together. There's also the Sainte-Hélène co-op, and finally the Co-op des Montérégiennes, which was born of the merger of 3 co-ops: La Co-op Saint-André-d'Acton, La Co-op Saint-Damas, and La Co-op Excel. It's among the top 10 agriculture co-ops in the province, and it's a major economic driver in our region. And of course, in my riding, there's also AgroPure, which is a dairy co-op, which of course, again, is very well known. There's a plant in Saint-Damas and a plant in Saint-Hyacinthe. And I know that many of my colleagues from Quebec and across the country go through Saint-Hyacinthe regularly on their way across on the Trans-Canada Highway as they cross Quebec, and they'll see a wonderful place that we have in Saint-Hyacinthe where you can go buy AgroPure's fine cheeses. They bought a new facility with a great showroom, and I invite you all to stop and try some of that great cheese. There's also the Co-op Aux Petits Soins, which was born of a need to offer more services to those living at home and those with reduced mobility. So it offers those with reduced mobility or seniors living at home home care with certain home care services, including cleaning and other help. So in Quebec, it's very clear that co-ops have a major positive effect on local economies, and it's certainly the case in my riding. We are very proud of the success of our co-ops. And the economic benefit of co-ops are important in Montérégie. There are over 200 non-financial co-ops, over 7,000 jobs, and over 80,000 members in those co-ops. But there's one that I'd like to talk about more specifically today, because it's a co-op that I wasn't familiar with before, and I've met them, and they showed me a very interesting, innovative project for my riding. That's the Co-optel Co-op. It's a co-op that exists in the riding of Shefford, which is just next door to my riding, and it's been there for 70 years now. Its mission is to offer diversified and reliable telecommunications projects and services that meet the needs of clients and communities at competitive prices, thanks to the use of innovative technology and competent partners. Now, this is a sector where we normally hear mostly about the major players, but in my area, there's a co-op that's offering these services, and it's a very good project. So I've given myself the mission to contribute actively to getting fiber optics available across my riding so that everyone has access to this fast and reliable technology. This is a project that Co-optel is working on, but it's something that everyone in my riding is working on, from the Chamber of Commerce down to all the businesses in our riding. Everyone agrees that a good fiber optic network will benefit all co-ops and all small businesses and families as well, Mr. Speaker. Co-optel's project is a structural project which would bring 5 rural municipalities online over hundreds and hundreds of kilometers. It would allow our co-ops to be more competitive and more productive. This major infrastructure project will be applying for grant money, and it's very important for our riding. It will allow us to bring fiber optics to a number of municipalities, including Saint-Édouard de Saint-Liboire, the Saint-Barnabé South area, the areas around Saint-Barnabé Sud, Saint-Jude de Saint-Hugues, and Sainte-Hélène de Bagotte. In all of these municipalities, a number of businesses depend on access to reliable internet. Small and medium-sized businesses are faced with challenges that other businesses don't face, and so we need to have vision and leadership to ensure that they have the tools that they need. While the federal government has invested $100 million per year for Canada, and the Quebec government has its own Quebec Branché program with $100 million in funding, these amounts are not enough to meet the needs that exist. It's 2017. High-speed internet is a basic service, and Mr. Speaker, it's not just me that's saying that. The CRTC has said that. The CRTC requires universal access to reliable broadband internet through wired and wireless networks in all communities. We need to make sure that Quebec's rural areas have the tools that it takes to succeed. We need to make sure that they have tools for economic development. Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud of the co-ops in my riding. Their reputation is well established, and their contribution to our economy is vital. These cooperatives are innovative, they're known across the country, and they're an undeniable economic powerhouse in my riding. They create great jobs with great working conditions. We are incredibly proud of them. And so it's essential that we continue to contribute to the success of co-ops in all of our ridings. So we need to take this unique opportunity that we have through the new grant program. We need to understand in this House that a reliable, high-speed internet service is essential for our regions to succeed. We need to add more funding to this program to make sure that all communities, all businesses, all small businesses, and all co-ops can reach their full potential. And that means that they need an optimal internet connection. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sudbury. Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to rise today to highlight the essential role that co-ops play in Canada's economy and the major contribution they make to job creation and economic growth for the middle class in Canada. With around 9,000 co-ops and mutual associations, this sector holds assets of $415 billion and employs about 200,000 Canadians. Co-ops are based on a business model that has achieved a great deal of success by providing economic benefits to Canadians. They contribute to creating jobs for middle-class Canadians and promote economic growth in communities across the country. According to recent data, along with Quebec, which has the largest number of co-ops, Ontario and Saskatchewan also have very high numbers of co-ops. Because of their ability to meet the specific needs of communities by pooling resources, co-ops have showed that they are an important economic development tool in our official language minority communities. In 2012, co-ops had about 8 million members and gave back $607 million in dividends to their members and their communities. Beyond that, over 26,000 volunteers participate in co-op activities. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that co-ops bring a lot of advantages to communities across Canada. The flexibility of the co-op business model allows them to operate as for-profit organizations or as nonprofits or as registered charities. This also means that co-ops work in a huge number of sectors of Canada's economy. According to recent data, 42% of surveyed co-ops were in the real estate sector, 14% were in the bulk and sales retail sector, and 8% were in the agriculture sector, the forestry sector, or the fishing and hunting sector. 8% were in the healthcare sector and social aid. Co-ops are also active in the financial sector. For example, the Desjardins movement, and I have been a member, by the way, since I was 8 years old. And in Sudbury, we have over 10 branches, and Van City play a very active role in a solid financial system by offering better choice to consumers and strengthening competition.
Cooperatives are provincially incorporated and regulated. This sector is made up of more than 600 credit unions and caisses populaires, serving approximately 11.3 million Canadians. On the insurance side, there are approximately 100 insurance mutuals. Mr. Speaker, some of our country's most recognizable and successful businesses are cooperative enterprises. The list of the top 50 non-financial cooperatives in this country includes a variety of businesses operating in a range of sectors. Whether it is the Federated Cooperatives Limited, a petroleum refinery based in Saskatchewan, La Coop Fédérée, an agri-food enterprise located in Quebec, the Red River Cooperative, a gas bar and retail outlet in Manitoba, the Mountain Equipment Co-op, the e-Local Sudbury Co-op in my riding, and as well as La Coopérative Régionale de Nipissing Sudbury in Northern Ontario. Canada's cooperatives make a significant contribution to our economy. One noteworthy example that many of my colleagues will recognize is the AgriPure Dairy Cooperative based in Quebec, mentioned by my colleague. This organization represents dairy farmers not only in Quebec, but also in Ontario, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and Newfoundland and Labrador. This co-op processes an incredible 5.7 billion liters of milk annually in its 37 plants spread throughout North America. AgriPure's success is reflected not only in its economic impact, with an impressive $5.9 billion in sales, but also in the well-being of the people it serves, including the nearly 3,400 dairy farmer members and their 8,000 employees. And while these cooperatives operate in different sectors, they all share the same common principles, including voluntary and open membership, democratic member control, economic and democratic participation by co-op members, autonomy and independence, education, cooperation among cooperatives, and sustainable community development. These organizations are addressing critical needs, whether economic, social, or cultural, in the communities in which they operate. Perhaps what is most encouraging is that Canada's largest cooperatives continue to thrive
as demonstrated by consistently growing revenues and total memberships and employment. In addition, the 2014 Small Business Financing Survey conducted by Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada revealed that co-ops have a higher survival rate than private sector small and medium-sized enterprises. Their longevity can be explained in part because they operate with a strong connection to the community and have a long-term and purpose-driven vision, which looks beyond purely economic growth. And some of Canada's most successful cooperatives have demonstrated that the model is flexible and it's innovative and it has the potential for further growth here in Canada. That is why I believe that it is important to support Canada's cooperative sector and to help them access the business supports they require. Through federal departments such as Innovation, Science and Economic Development and its regional development agencies, financial support is available through a range of programs and services that help co-ops and startups, as well as growth and expansion.
As has been shown, some of Canada's most prosperous co-ops have taken advantage of this flexible business model to the benefit of all Canadians. To sum up, Mr. Speaker, I recognize the value that co-ops bring to Canada's economy, and I continue to support them. As such, I support motion M100, presented by the member for Brassard-Saint-Lambert, Quebec, and in memory of Maurice Bélanger, who was a strong advocate of the co-op movement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Yellowhead.
Hear, hear, hear. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in the House today in support of motion 100. This motion from the member from Brassard St. Lambert proposes the government recognize the important role that cooperatives play in the economy and ensure that they continue to strive. It's no secret the cost of housing is extremely high and continues to break records across Canada. The average price for homes around my riding of Yellowhead is approximately half of the national average, still affordable to hard-working Albertans. But this low average does not mean access to affordable housing is not an issue in my riding. In my riding, Yellowhead, multiple towns rely on funding from the province to provide housing to low-income families and seniors. Housing co-ops make a valuable contribution to affordable housing, providing lodging to approximately 250,000 Canadians across Canada. In the town of Rocky Mountain House, we have 2 housing co-ops serving 28 families. In the town of Hinton, we have 47 unit complexes. In the town of Edson, there are 24 units. In the town of Drayton Valley, we have 26 units and another 20 to be built. Even in Jasper National Park, Mr. Speaker, there also exist cooperative housing units. Our party supports multi-pronged approach to affordable cooperative housing involving provincial, territorial, and municipal governments. M100 attempts to do just that. Motion 100 calls on the government to develop a federal cooperative strategy to promote and support Canada's cooperative sector through consultations with the provinces and territories, municipalities, Indigenous communities, and cooperative groups. Our previous Conservative government worked with all governments and Indigenous groups to develop and implement affordable housing solutions by committing close to $2 billion to build new units and repair and update existing social housing. The Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation, better known as CMHC, has largely been the government's tool by which financial aid programs have been delivered. Our party spent almost $19 billion on housing through CMHC since 2006, a lot more than in the present budget. Through initiatives such as the Investment in Affordable Housing, IAF, and the Housing First initiative, we empowered Canadians and fought homelessness at a fundamental level. Our Conservative Party also sought to minimize difficulties by equipping CMHC with a wide range of tools, Mr. Speaker, to enable home providers to plan for the end of funding and to allow for flexibility in specific programs, especially in regards to renovations and capital repairs. If federal funding agreement ends, tens of thousands of low-income households across this country, including seniors, newcomers, lone parent families, people with disabilities, and others, are in danger of becoming homeless without this government's reinvestment in co-op housing. Co-ops and other community housing programs built under federal programs are aging, as all of us are, and have to devote more of their revenues to covering rising maintenance and other operating costs. Most will have to remortgage their properties to carry out major renovations and upgrades in the near future. This is why a renewed commitment from the federal and provincial governments to support affordable housing for low-income residents in co-ops and other housing communities is necessary. I believe that all Canadians should have a reasonable opportunity to own their own home and have access to safe and affordable housing. In his mandate, the Minister for Families, Children and Social Development has been tasked with renewing federal leadership in housing, prioritizing investments in affordable housing, including construction and renovation, as well as community financial aid for housing initiatives. This is just one reason why I hope all parties will support this motion. But, Mr. Speaker, there are other kinds of cooperatives besides housing. The Canadian cooperative sector includes close to 8,000 incorporated cooperatives, and it employs over 90,000 Canadians in urban, rural, and remote communities across Canada. In the tradition of their founders, cooperative members believe in ethical values of honesty, openness, social responsibility, and caring for others. They can apply this cooperative business model to almost any type of enterprise: agriculture, utilities, finance, education, housing, retail, and more. Most of the debate on this motion has revolved around the financial cooperative sector, which includes credit unions and insurance cooperatives. Owned and democratically controlled by their members, these co-ops provide affordable lending and insurance services to Canadians. Perhaps one of the oldest types of co-ops in my province of Alberta is that of the agricultural sector, when farmers got together to help sell their product and to purchase grain products. In fact, Mr. Speaker, many of these cooperatives have grown over the years. As my fellow member from West Loch, Peace River had mentioned. An example, the largest retailer in the town of Rocky Mountain House is the Co-op, which sells food, clothing, hardware building supplies, chemicals, feed, petroleum products, and much more. There are many of these throughout Canada, including my province. And as my learned friend had mentioned earlier, the Nerlandia Co-op, I thought was one of the biggest in Alberta until I saw the one that's in Rocky Mountain House. But what he forgot to tell people here is the pride of his community. He's a very humble man, and so is the community. They built that building. It's a massive structure, almost the size of this one. They built it, shovels, rubber boots on, laying the cement. Everybody in the community participated. It was a great cooperative action in that community. Many of these old cooperatives are still active, like the United Farmers of Alberta. Electricity and gas distribution cooperatives have also been quite successful in Alberta. At one time, the rural electrification program carried out by the cooperatives accounted for about 90% of electricity supplied to Alberta farmers. Rural electrification associations in 2007 represented more than 45,000 electrical users in the province. And in the 1990s, these cooperatives accounted for over 54% of the total sales of energy to cooperatives in Canada. There are also cooperatives in the service sector, Mr. Speaker. Communities form child care cooperatives when they want to have some control over the involvement in their children's care and education. They range in size and include preschool co-ops, daycare co-ops, babysitting co-ops, etc. Clearly, cooperatives come in all shapes and sizes and are valuable to many communities across Canada. The cooperative sector has a positive impact on our economy and helps to create jobs. I urge all parties in this House to recognize the important role that cooperatives play in the economy and ensure that they continue to thrive. In closing, Mr. Speaker, it's paramount that all parties in this House cooperate together to support this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. Reprise du débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to speak in favor of Motion 100, which was presented by my colleague, the member for Brassard-Saint-Lambert. I would like to thank my friend for the hard work that she did on this motion. I would like to, as well, call attention to the large number of co-ops in the riding of La Salle. I also want to take a few minutes to pay tribute to the work that was previously done by our colleague Maurice Bélanger. He worked tirelessly for the co-op sector, even established a multi-partite caucus on the matter. He was hoping that raising awareness of all parties would one day lead to complete support of Canadian co-ops throughout the country. This motion intends to recognize the considerable influence of the Canadian co-op sector and to take steps to make sure that the sector continues to prosper. Today, I would like to not only talk about the success of our country's co-ops, but also to emphasize how this business model can help us to deal with certain important government priorities. In Canada, there's about 9,000 co-ops and mutual associations, and throughout all provinces and territories in urban and rural areas and in all sectors of the Canadian economy, these innovative and flexible organizations create jobs for about 190,000 Canadians. Mr. Speaker, co-ops can be divided into two groups. The first group is financial co-ops. These are the Caisse Populaire co-ops as well as mutual associations that offer life insurance, property insurance, and other types of insurance. There are more than 650 co-ops of this type who serve more than 11,000 Canadians. And a second group, which includes co-ops that are not financial in nature, approximately 8,000 of them. These are organizations that work in all sectors, from agriculture to retail, to healthcare, to social services, or even professional services, as well as manufacturing and high-speed internet and clean energy. The co-op model has a solid track record when it comes to social, economic, and environmental benefits offered to Canadians. This demonstrates that this business model, which is based on collective entrepreneurship, can be used to serve all of us. It is an inclusive business model that allows citizens from all communities throughout the country to help each other in order to meet economic, social, environmental, or even cultural needs that they have in common. These co-ops are, by their very nature, an example of a functioning democracy. And when you include all the people who work in the co-op sector, these organizations are remarkably resilient. They often demonstrate the ability to prosper even when the economic climate is not favorable. The Minister of Innovation, Science, and Economic Development led the development of a plan for innovation and skills in Canada. We consider Canada's co-ops to be important actors in the implementation of this plan. This plan is aiming for sustainable growth. Canada competes with the best countries when it comes to developing talent and technology. At its base, the Plan for Innovation and Skills in Canada is aiming to make sure that all Canadians have the ability to benefit from economic growth, whether it be defining ways for Canadians to acquire skills and experience they need in the world economy, or to take advantage of the potential of emerging technologies, or to encourage a larger number of Canadians to start and develop their own businesses. There's a large number of new opportunities for Canadians, communities, the co-op sector, and the government to take advantage of the potential of the co-op model. Mr. Speaker, co-ops have obvious links with the government's priorities, namely clean technology, women's entrepreneurship, and youth, as well as economic development for Indigenous peoples. Furthermore, the model, as such, can allow us to learn about how to innovate in today's economy. According to a study in 2014, Canada's co-ops show a level of innovation linked to the products and processes, the organization, and marketing that is superior to what small and medium businesses are traditionally able to generate. When it comes to small and medium businesses, or compared to them rather, co-ops, just like SMEs, are essential for generating jobs. Co-ops can be found in many central sectors, and it is possible to take steps to accelerate their economic development and to create jobs in key sectors, such as social entrepreneurship, moving on to a clean economy that is low carbon, economic development of Indigenous peoples, supporting women entrepreneurs, and entrepreneurship among youth. Thanks to their accomplishments and what they have done in terms of innovation, whether it be at the community level or at the international level, co-ops are well situated to play a leading role in the future of innovation in Canada. The co-op model also has the capacity to be an important lever to promote economic development of Indigenous peoples because of the importance that Indigenous peoples grant to participation in their communities, to consent to cooperative decision-making, and to resolving problems in their communities. There's approximately 120 Indigenous co-ops in Canada, with a large network of co-ops in the north that developed in several sectors. Because of their ability to combine social and economic objectives, co-ops are actively working to develop a social innovation strategy led by Social Development and Employment Canada. When it comes to developing a national strategy on housing for Canada, the co-op model became very important when it comes to improving access to affordable housing. In the 2017 budget, the government announced further details on the national strategy on housing, which will represent a roadmap for public services and housing services throughout the entire country as they decide on the best way to support affordable housing in their community. Mr. Speaker, I would like to talk to you about some of the support measures that the government is offering to co-ops to help them to prosper and to ensure that Canadians can enjoy significant economic benefits. The government's objective is to make sure that co-ops have fair access to business support and that they be able to make contributions to meet the needs of businesses and communities. Regional development organizations offer financial support to co-ops through various programs and services that are intended to help them start up, develop, and grow. More than $51 million were spent on this objective over the last years. Mr. Speaker, I see that I only have 1 minute left. Therefore, to conclude, I would like to thank my colleague for having tabled this motion and contributing to highlighting the important role of co-ops in Canada's economy. The government supports M100, and we are looking forward to working with all members to look at the ways that this business model, which is innovative, can respond to Canadians' priorities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dans le droit de la réplique,
Right of reply, the honourable member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert.
Mr. Speaker, so the purpose of my motion was to highlight the importance of the development and implementation of a strategy to strengthen the cooperative sector, which is so important for our economic growth, as the Parliamentary Secretary just so richly enlightened us about. During the first hour of debate, I said that the cooperatives are inherently innovative. They are created to meet people's needs and to serve these same people. La souplesse du modèle coopératif en
The flexibility of the co-op model and its proven track record of success in creating jobs, filling market gaps and meeting needs in Canadian communities make cooperatives an important player in future sustainable economic growth. I would like to thank my colleagues, all my colleagues, who spoke in favor of the motion, and members from all parties who already indicated they would vote for this motion, as well as everyone who has asked the government to continue to recognize the important role that co-ops play in Canada's economy and making sure that Canadian co-ops continue to prosper.
I would like to thank the co-op sector for their support. Special thanks to the Cooperatives and Mutuals Canada and the Conseil québécois de la coopération et de la mutualité for their assistance along the way. I firmly believe that beyond being a model for economic growth, the cooperative sector has the potential to support a number of government priorities, including the government's inclusive innovation agenda, supporting social innovation and finance, encouraging a transition to a low-carbon economy, and supporting Indigenous economic development. M100 gives the Department of Innovation, Science and Economic Development the mandate needed to fully explore the opportunities and synergies that a stable and locally based cooperative economy could create in all parts of Canada. I don't want to lose this. Les parlementaires sont élus par des Canadiens.
Parliamentarians are elected by Canadians to meet our collective needs. Cooperatives and mutuals are never imposed on communities. They establish themselves to meet common needs, and they are democratically responsible to their members. It is the responsibility of all members from all parties to give the public service a strong mandate so that this strategy can take shape and become a reality. To conclude, let me quote my esteemed friend, the late Honourable Maurice Bélanger. I remain committed to supporting the cooperative model as a means of mitigating the adverse effects of economic disparity. The cooperative model is a proven structure that greatly empowers each member, resulting in a wonderful combination of business success and social responsibility. All of this plays an important role in the economy and our communities. Mr. Speaker and esteemed colleagues, thank you for listening and paying attention to this debate. I look forward to working with all of you to boost our economy, increase competitiveness, and create jobs. Thank you. The question is as follows. Ms. Mendez, seconded by Mr. Whelan, moves that, in the opinion of the House, the government should recognize the important role cooperatives play in the economy and ensure that they continue to thrive by taking concrete steps such as A. Developing, in consultation with provincial and territorial governments, Indigenous communities, and the cooperative sector, a federal cooperative strategy to promote and to support Canada's cooperative sector, and B, providing periodic progress reports on pre-established goals and targets.
To adopt the motion. All those in favor, please say yay. All those opposed, please say nay. No. I believe the yeas have it. Okay. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the recorded division stands deferred until Wednesday, April 5th, 2017, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. It being 2:30, the House stands adjourned until Monday, April 3rd, 2017 at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Orders 28.2 and 24.1.